The Senate will come to order. For those in the gallery, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Logan Reynolds of First Baptist Church in Belton, Texas.
If you would, please bow with me in prayer. Well, Heavenly Father, we come to you today with grateful hearts, acknowledging that all authority and wisdom ultimately come from you. And we thank you for the opportunity to gather in this chamber entrusted with the responsibility of serving the people of the great state of Texas. And so we ask today for your presence and guidance. We're reminded that your word says in James 1:5, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given. So, Father, we come and we ask you for wisdom, for clarity in decision, compassion, charity in debates, and integrity in every action taken. Lord, I do ask a blessing over these men and women of the Senate. Father, we ask that you would strengthen their hearts and steady their hands as they work for justice, peace, and the common good. Father, we ask that you would help them to listen well, to speak truth and love, and to lead with humility, courage, and integrity. We pray for our people in the great state of Texas, every city, every family, every life. May our leaders be faithful stewards of the trust given to them, and may they reflect your righteousness, mercy, and grace in all that we do. Father, we love you. We thank you for the opportunity that we have today, and we entrust this morning to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Reynolds. Members, if you have an opportunity to greet Pastor Reynolds on his way out of the chamber, please do so. You may be seated in the gallery. Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's my honor to introduce our Doctor of the Day and my constituent, Dr. Jeffrey Urito of Cedar Hill, Texas. Dr. Urito earned his medical degree from East Carolina University School of Medicine. He completed his internship and residency in family medicine with the Greenville Health System. Dr. Urito works for Baylor Scott & White and is particularly interested in acute and chronic care management, preventative medicine, community health, and medical student education. He's a board-certified family physician and is a member of the Texas Academy of Family Physicians. Members, please welcome our doctor of the day, Dr. Jeffrey Urito.
Chair recognizes Senator Kolkhorst for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, today it is such an honor to welcome from Senate District 18 guests from Refugio County in the gallery. Where is Refugio County constituents? All right, there they are. It's so good to have y'all here today. Let me tell you a little bit about Refugio County. It was originally inhabited by the Karankawa Indians. Spaniards came in and arrived around 1520. That is how old Refugio County and that part of our state is. By the 1830s, Irish and Mexican settlers began to populate the region. The town briefly bore the name of Wexford in honor of Irish settlers in its origins before reverting to Refugio. During the Texas Revolution, the Battle of Refugio in 1836 marked a significant event where Texan forces led by Amon King and William Ward faced defeat, leading to the tragic Goliad Massacre. Post-independence, Refugio became one of the original 13 counties of the Republic of Texas. The discovery of oil and gas in the 1920s, notably the Greta oil field in 1928 and the Tom O'Connor field in 1934, transformed the county's economy. I will say that today, Refugio is actively pursuing initiatives to bolster infrastructure, economy, and community engagement. Huge ranching lands, really a wonderful part of the Crossroads region. I'm so proud to represent Refugio County. I know we have a number of members, but I'll just give a shout out to County Judge Gigi Pointer and County Commissioner Stanley Tuttle and Commissioner Gary Wright. Commissioner Tuttle, I need to come and have some good food over there. Some of the greatest blue plate specials is at his store. I love going there and visiting with the constituents. And as soon as we get out of here, I'm coming. So I'm gonna come see you. I want to welcome you to your Texas Senate. Thank you for the active voice. I see our former county judge up there and some great ladies that do wonderful things in our community, and we appreciate you so much. Texas Senate, help me welcome Refugio County to the Texas State Capitol today.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 393 by Perry and Kolkhorst recognizing April 16, 2025 as Texas Juvenile Justice Professional Day at the State Capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. It's an honor to recognize today Texas Juvenile Justice Professional Day here at the state capitol. Texas is home to one of the most advanced juvenile justice systems in the nation. 164 community-based probation departments serving all 254 counties. This network plays a critical role in supporting our youth and families. Every year, these departments handle 100% of the youth referrals, with 99% of the services provided in the local communities themselves. That's made it possible by the more than 8,200 certified juvenile probation and supervision officers that show up every day with commitment and compassion. These professionals help get Texans back on track, young Texans back on track, strengthen families, and make our communities safer. Today, the Senate recognizes and thanks to each of you for your service. Your work matters, and we're deeply grateful for the difference you make. Joining us in the gallery today, y'all stand up, is Chairman of the Board Manny Moraes, TJ's Advisory Council, President Council, Juvenile Probation Chiefs, and across the state, TJJD agency staff led by Executive Director Chandra Carter. Where are you at, Chandra? I don't see you. There you are. Oh, y'all are already around here. I tell you what, members, our youth of today is more challenging than ever. They're hard to deal with, but they deserve every opportunity to get back on the right path. I thank you guys for every one of your individual commitments to those kids in trouble. As challenging you are, we're lucky to have you guys on the front lines doing that. With that, I think there's a couple of other senators that want to recognize the same folks, so keep standing. You're getting a lot of love from multiple members today because we do know it's a tough job, and we're glad you're committed to doing it. Thank you for that.
Senator Kolkhorst, you were recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Thank you for bringing this very important resolution, Senate Resolution 393. Thank you for letting me co-author it with you. I want to say to all of you, my goodness, thank you. Blessings to you in your work with what you do with our juveniles. As Senator Perry says, sometimes you hit a bump in the road, and sometimes those juveniles just need a little help, a little encouragement. Sometimes they need a little more of that, and you're on the front lines doing that. So especially this Easter week, we reflect, we celebrate, we await a great triumph on Sunday. But I will say this, that it gives us hope, and that's what I think you bring to children, is hope. Straighten out their lives, to go on down that path to become productive citizens of our great state. So thank you for what you do. I have to give a shout out to Senate District 18. If I've got any Senate District 18 professionals up there, our juvenile justice officers, I want to say I know that Luis Leja is here, and where is she? Luis, good to see you from Calhoun County. We appreciate what you do in Calhoun County, and for so many of you everywhere that y'all are, God bless you and God bless your work.
Senator Birdwell, recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you, Senator Perry, for the resolution. Let me recognize the folks from Senate District 22 that are here doing the very tough job. In particular, Hill County's Chief Probation Officer, Tina Lincoln. Where are you? There you are, Tina. She's here. Thank y'all for what y'all do. It's a tough mission, taking care of the discipline and the folks that are in our juvenile justice system, because the investments you make sure that they're not in our adult system. So God bless each and every one of you, what you do. God bless you. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you, Tina. Hooah. Thank y'all.
I want to thank Senator Perry for bringing this resolution. I'd like to take a moment to recognize a fellow El Paso and Chief Juvenile Probation Officer Rosie Medina, who is in the gallery from El Paso County today. Rosie's not only a respected leader, but she's also a trailblazer. She is the first female chief juvenile probation officer who took the position in 2022, but she really sets herself apart because of her vision. And, you know, she sees the full humanity in these youth that she serves. So I want to thank her, make sure that we recognize that we're proud of you and grateful for the impact that you're making. Senator Perry, is recognized on the resolution.
Yeah, I would like to recognize out of Lubbock, Texas, William Carter. He is a state leader for you guys as a group. He comes up with the ideas to make your life better. We've got a couple of big bills working through the House now that should provide some sanity back in your world and some protections. So I'd ask you to get involved on the House side and try to push that through. But those are things that come from William Carter. He's a stalwart leader in that initiative. He knows what makes y'all's world work, and he knows when y'all are in trouble, and he's always in my ear, and he's always got my phone number, and he produces a lot of good produce, and he knows about bees. So with that in mind, I'll move adoption of Senate Resolution 393. Thank you.
Senator Perry moves adoption of Senate Resolution 393. Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations. Chair lays out a following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 414 by Miles et al., recognizing St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church Day at the state capitol on April 16, 2025.
Chair recognizes Senator Miles on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like you to help me welcome a very special group to the Senate, Texas Senate today, St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church, who have come to the Capitol from my neighborhood in Sunnyside, Texas. Would y'all all please stand? Members, St. Francis Catholic Church was built in 1952 after then Bishop Wendell Knoll from the Diocese of Galveston, Houston, had identified that Sunnyside neighborhood as an aspiring area for Catholic families. Over the last 70 years, this church has grown tremendously, serving countless residents in spiritual guidance, as well as playing a key role in the community, providing its members with a myriad of opportunities for spiritual growth, fellowship, and outreach through its 43 ministries. In addition to serving the members of St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church, it's also a beacon of service and initiatives to the entire Sunnyside community, a historical black neighborhood that lacks the necessary resources to ensure that all residents are able to succeed. St. Francis Catholic Church saw the need and stepped up to the plate, bringing the community to the church, opening for food pantries, partnering with me to host job fairs, and hosting countless relief drives during the emergencies, and so much more. Members, you've often heard me say on this floor, I have the honor and the privilege of serving the community for which I was born and raised. And let me tell you, there is no better love than the love you get from your children. But second to that, it's the love you get from your community and that you get back from your community that raised you. Members, every day that I'm on this floor, I'm fighting and standing for them because I stand on their shoulders. That is my village, as you've heard me talk about so many times. And in the gallery today, I would like to welcome and recognize a few people. Mr. Herbert Reed Archer, president of the 55 Plus Club. Mr. Reed. One of our village leaders, Mr. Reed. Our very own constable, Mr. Smokey Phillips. Smokey, would you please wave? He's the constable in Precinct 7 in our community. Monica Shaw and Kimberly Satterwhite, Senate District 13 Community Liaisons. Would you wave? And members, I'm saving the best for last. Seated next to me is my mother, my queen. And I'm also a member of St. Francis Xavier Church. You always hear me talking about Big Mama. Well, that's Big Mama, Senator Campbell. And she's here today with her church, the church for which I was born and raised. I served as an altar boy there, my confirmation and my catechism, and I'm very proud. Members, I just wanted to help me to recognize my village, St. Francis Xavier Baptist Church, as Catholic Church, as they visit the state capitol today. Please give it up for St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church.
Senator Betancourt is recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's an honor, Senator Miles, to have your big mama on the floor with us, okay? And all these other great Catholics. So as a former Aggie Catholic repentant tax assessor turned senator on the west side, if St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church needs any help, I'll get everybody from St. John Vianney Parish to come help you all. God bless you. Thanks for you coming. And it's a fabulous testimony for your mother and your family and your community. And with that, Mr. President, I move to add all the senators' names to the resolution SR 414. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Betancourt.
Senator Miles recognized to close on the resolution.
Members, help me in recognizing all the members. Thank you. But help me to make St. Francis Day at St. Francis Day at their state capitol, and I move adoption.
Senator Miles moves adoption on Senate Resolution 414. Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The following message from the governor, the secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature, regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments. To be the presiding officer of the Brazos County Regional Mobility Authority, Carl P. Mooney Sr., College Station. To be members of the Parks and Wildlife Commission, Robert L. Bobby Patton Jr., Fort Worth, Timothy T. Timmerman, Austin. On January 22, 2025, I submitted the name of Jason E. Boatwright for appointment to the Texas Racing Commission. Because he resigned, I hereby withdraw his nomination. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Members, if there's no objection, I'd like to postpone the further reading and referral of bills to the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The following report from the Nominations Committee, the Secretary will read the report.
Senate Committee on Nominations Action Report for the meeting held on April 14th, 2025.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Committee on Nominations has one action report on your desk that was considered at the Monday, April 14th hearing. This action report was placed on your desk Tuesday the 15th to meet the 24-hour layout rule. The nominees are now eligible to be confirmed by the Senate. Thank you, members.
Members, are there any requests to sever? Senator Campbell moves that the nominees reported favorably from the Nominations Committee be confirmed. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the nominees are confirmed. Chair lays out on the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 412 by Gutierrez and Menendez, recognizing April 16, 2025 as Whataburger Wednesday at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, it's my honor to help out our colleague, Senator Gutierrez, with this great resolution. Senate Resolution 412 is a resolution that just says thank you to our leadership here from Whataburger in our hometown of San Antonio. I'm going to ask them to stand up as we speak, as we introduce them. Roland F. Gonzalez, outside legal counsel. Ron Campos, government and legal. Jeff Hagelman, vice president for legal affairs. And I think one of the most important ones, Mr. Sam Dickey, who drives that truck that brings the food. Sam, where are you? He's outside. Well, y'all need to go get Sam and tell him we say thank you. I was just asking these very important people here with the city. I said, do y'all like Whataburger? And they said, yes, they love Whataburger. I know that we all do. I want to thank y'all for coming. Whataburger's got a long history in Texas, starting in Corpus Christi before they moved to San Antonio. And it's almost as if I did it on purpose. I wore my Whataburger orange tie today. I want to thank Senator Eckhart for joining me in the Whataburger colors today. So, thank you all. Welcome to your Texas Senate. And Mr. President, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 412.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, we're about to begin the calendar. Senator Flores is recognized for the motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 626.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 626. Members, each inpatient mental health facility, treatment facility, or hospital that provides comprehensive medical rehabilitation services are required by current law as a condition of continued licensure to annually provide their employees a minimum of 8 hours in-service training in identifying patient abuse or neglect or illegal, unprofessional, unethical conduct by the facility. This annual training requirement is redundant in content, requires employees to abandon their patients' medical care to receive training, and is costly in employee hours. All this bill does is this bill would maintain the 8 hours of minimum training for new employees and reduce the minimum amount of annual training hours for continuing employees to 3, allowing employees to spend more time supplying services to patients while still maintaining the intention of the required training. This bill curbs needless repetition and inefficiency in these medical facilities. With that, I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 626. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 626. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 626 relating to in-service training on identifying abuse, neglect, and illegal, unprofessional, and unethical conduct in certain healthcare facilities.
Senator Flores is recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Flores moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill passes to engrossment. Senator Flores is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 626. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 626 relating to in-service training on identifying abuse, neglect, and illegal, unprofessional, and unethical conduct in certain healthcare facilities.
Senator Flores is recognized for a motion.
I move final passage Senate Bill 626.
Senator Flores moves final passage of Senate Bill 626. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Hinojosa of Nueces is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1927.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 1927. Senate Bill 1927 addresses the freedom to manage your land as you see fit. While farmers and ranchers throughout our state invest considerable time and resources in clearing cedar trees from their fields each year, there are cities that prohibit the removal of cedar trees on private property. This restriction harms our water supply, health, and safety as insufficient tree management has left thousands without power for days during recent storms. This bill proposes that a private landowner should be able to remove an ash juniper tree from their land for any reason, and no governmental entity can prohibit them from doing so through fees or permits. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Senator Adam Hinojosa yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Yield.
I yield for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hinojosa, I guess you and I were having a conversation, and I'm trying to understand your bill. What about trees are we talking about here?
The ash juniper is a cedar tree.
And then, what type of tree is that?
A cedar tree?
Yes, I mean, I know oak trees. I know mesquite trees. Just trying to. Is there something special about this tree that we're trying to address?
Well, these specific trees have been ordinances. Multiple city ordinances have been made to protect these trees, but it's debatable whether they're even native to Texas. They soak up a bunch of water. They're invasive species. It also kill vegetation around them. They can be a fire hazard. Of course, as we know, they cause allergies, major allergies, cedar fever, those kinds of things. So it's prohibited in multiple cities to even cut these trees down. So this bill would be a property rights bill to allow that from somebody who owns their piece of property should be able to cut down a tree.
So you have a place that is not designated as a historical site or historical place. Right now, a homeowner cannot cut down this type of tree without getting permission from the city, or?
Which ones are you referring to again, Senator?
I'm talking about the ash juniper tree. Right now, if I have a tree in my property and I want to cut it down because I need to plant other type of trees or fruit trees, I cannot do it if there is an ordinance against doing that.
That's correct.
But not every city has this type of ordinance.
Each city is unique in their ordinances that they have. There's other trees that are also specified, but this is in particularly one in several in my district and other parts of the city. Other parts of the state.
Thank you, Senator Adam Hinojosa, for answering my calls.
You bet.
My questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President?
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Senator Hinojosa, have you ever heard of the golden cheek warbler?
Yes, Senator, I have.
Okay, so then if you've heard, you know that it's a federally protected species under the Endangered Species Act, correct?
Actually, that's debatable. There's discussion currently about delisting the golden cheek warbler on federal and state. Federal government, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the state Parks and Wildlife Department.
Well, there have been discussions about a lot of things, declassifying cannabis as a Schedule I drug, but until things happen, it's still currently a federally protected endangered species. Are you aware that the only tree in the world that these birds can reproduce in is the ash juniper tree?
I believe that is also a debatable fact, Senator. With all due respect, it's debatable whether they even live on cedar trees or they just utilize bark for nesting, or any of those types of facts are actually debatable, or they have been debated in the past. So to say emphatically that is the case, there's testimony on both sides of that argument.
So even though you said maybe the bark, they use it for nesting, you will admit that there is a portion of the ash juniper, whether they nest in it, as it's been told to us by the Audubon Society of Texas, that these are the only trees that these animals reproduce in, so that their survival depends on the preservation of these trees. So, are you aware under Section 68.015, titled the Prohibited Acts, that no person may capture, trap, take, or kill, or attempt to capture, trap, take, or kill an endangered fish or wildlife? Are you aware of that part of Texas Code?
I'll take your word for that, Senator.
I'll share it with you. It speaks to the defined species that are endangered species under Texas code. I'm very, very concerned that your bill would interfere with the natural habitat. Now, have you heard of Camp Bullis?
Yes, sir.
Camp Bullis, just for those in the audience or watching, is a base used in Bexar County, northern San Antonio, where they practice nighttime activities where what they call strict dark skies are required for parachuting in, and a lot of that territory where Camp Bullis is has a lot of these ash juniper trees, and the federal government has said to them, you can continue to use it as long as you don't endanger the golden cheek warbler's habitat. And my concern is that if your bill goes through, that it would encroach more development closer to Camp Bullis and therefore potentially endanger their mission. So that's my concern with your bill. Are you not worried about keeping the federal base?
I absolutely am. As a matter of fact, I appreciate you bringing up that point because we worked with various stakeholders, and if you'll look on line 16 of my bill, it directly specifies, starting at line 15, subsection H3 does not apply to an area located within 15 miles of the boundary of a military base as defined by section 43.0117, at which an active training program is conducted. So we've allocated that very concern in this bill, and so that is a great point. I appreciate you making it.
Well, I appreciate you making that concession. I'm still just a little concerned about the outcome of what this bill will do. So a question, if a city has a tree ordinance, your bill then would negate that tree ordinance. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, as you know, that city ordinances can't trump shouldn't be able to trump personal property rights, and that's what I'm championing with this bill, is individuals' ability to do with their property as they deem.
Were you here yesterday during the debate on the wind and solar power? We talked about property rights, but yesterday our dear friend Chair Colcourse talked to us about the rights of the property owner in a balance with the rights of the neighboring property rights. And so if you're stripping all of the ash trees off one area for development or something else, then you may impact the same corridors that she was talking about, the beauty of the land in Texas. And so that's the concern that I have with your bill.
Once again, Senator, I appreciate your concern, and actually nothing in this bill mandates that the property owners cut down their trees. It simply is optional for that property owner. So as you pointed out, the beauty and all those things, if a landowner agrees with that position, they certainly are absolutely allowed to keep their cedar trees in place, for that beauty aspect. This is just allowing for somebody who feels that they would like to remove their cedar tree to have that ability on their own private property.
So the only reason you're bringing the bill forward is to circumvent municipal prohibitions or tree mitigation fees. Is that the reason for the bill?
That's right. Yes, sir, Senator. So that they can cut down these trees without fees, without a fee, essentially. Yes, sir.
And your home city of Corpus Christi, it has ordinances in place for trimming and maintenance, don't they?
I'm sure they probably do.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield for some questions.
Oh my goodness, Senator. I got so many phone calls when this bill was filed again. Oh my goodness. They're making the ash juniper an outlaw again. So, can you list for me the benefits of the ash juniper?
Well, I'm sure that I won't be able to name all of them. And actually, my bill is just allowing for them to be cut down. I know there's some negatives with the ash juniper tree. I'm sure you're prepared to give me the positives, but I'll start with the negatives.
Not my question. That would not be responsive to my question. I believe you've already
well then
listed them.
I'll yield to your list of benefits for the cedar trees, ma'am.
I will give you a leading question so you can say what you want to say. Why the ash juniper and not the oak or the cedar elm or any number of trees that are common, particularly in Central Texas?
Well, I would definitely look forward to working with you, Senator, on incorporating other species of trees that are not allowed to be cut down. Because I believe consistently that with property rights, it is a property owner's right that whatever on their property that they should be able to maintain. So as it pertains to ash junipers, there are some in my district, there's some throughout the city. Those seem to be more regulated than others, it seems, but there's also some negative about the ash juniper tree that is worth noting, such as that, well, this is a big water session, and science says that, with their big canopy tops, as it rains, the ground underneath is not able to absorb maximum amount of water because of these canopies. I think the science is 52% of the water gets to the water table under a thicket of ash junipers, while 80% of the water is captured under grasslands. So that's one area where we need every drop we possibly can have, and that is a problem with these ash junipers. They are invasive. They choke out other vegetation. They can create fire hazards, and we've seen our share of fires recently. They cause major allergies, cedar fever. So these particular species can be problematic. And again, this bill does not mandate that these trees be cut down. It's just allowing a private property owner to cut down trees on his or her property.
So I was taking notes. You mentioned property rights, invasive, allergies, and water.
Fire hazard as well.
Fire hazard. Thank you so much. Let me add that to the list. So, in property rights, do you live in a homeowners association neighborhood?
I do, actually.
Does your homeowners association have regulations with regard to the kind of grass, whether or not you should have grass, and what happens with the trees in the neighborhood?
I'd have to defer to my wife on that one because she's been maintaining the property while I've been up here. But I would say probably there are some rules and regulations regarding that, sure.
So you're fine with your homeowners association requirements with regard to the vegetation in your neighborhood, correct?
Not necessarily, but right now we're tackling ash juniper trees on private property. I haven't, extended this out to some of the other species that you might have been concerned about being able to cut down. And again, I'd be happy to work with you on that. But right now we're just tackling ash juniper trees.
So you would look to expand it beyond ash juniper. You'd like to see any tree be able to be cut down.
It's just my thought that private property rights are that important. So again, it's not a mandate to do that. And I think people, use their discretion. I have faith in people and their common sense. And if they feel like, I love trees and we plant trees and we do all that and that's my right on my property. But, if there's something there that I don't like, I should be able to remove it.
You're aware, of course, that if a person lives outside of a municipality and doesn't live in a homeowners association, they can cut whatever tree they want on their private property. Isn't that true?
I'll take your word for that. I hope so.
That is true. With regard to them being invasive, by what definition does a tree or a plant become invasive? Because ash juniper has been in Texas for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
I don't know if I can craft an actual definition of an invasive species, but I can tell you that, science has been, or there are reports of those trees having taken over other vegetation, have destroyed other vegetation trying to grow around them.
So palm
I don't know if that
trees
would be-
are invasive by your definition. Should we get rid of palm trees?
Palm trees? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Again, my bill is referring to cedar trees. It has nothing to do with palm trees, but if there were ordinances against palm trees and private property rights, I would lean on the side of private property rights. But right now, I don't see too many of those ordinances around. What I do know is that ash juniper trees, for whatever reason, there are a lot more ordinances protecting those.
I know you got a real bee in your bonnet specifically about ash juniper. Isn't it true that ash juniper does not exist with any volume in your district? Are there any ash juniper trees naturally occurring in your district?
We have some in Bee County. We've got some throughout the Rio Grande Valley.
And with regard to water, what would you consider a greater threat to the drawdown of the aquifers? Development, population growth, homeowners watering their lawns, which use 70% of the potable water, or ash juniper?
Well, we're not necessarily comparing cutting down trees with development. What I'm saying is that it's known that, I'll repeat the stat, ash juniper canopies tend to stop rainwater from reaching the aquifers. So 52% of the water that gets to the table, 52% of the water is what gets to the table under a thicket of ash junipers, while 80% of the water is captured under natural grasslands. So
and what's
that's a
your cite for
considerable
that?
Percentage.
What authority are you citing?
I don't have the note with me, but we can certainly get that to your office, Senator.
I would be very intrigued to see what that authority is. Has a single fire department signed on to this bill?
Well, I don't believe they have particularly, but I do know that we have worked with various stakeholders in crafting this legislation, and that has been presented by various entities about being fire hazards, and especially in time when we are seeing vast amounts of fires breaking out. One just in Sinton not too long ago in my district. They're all over. And ash junipers, it's known, unless you want to debate that fact of whether or not those canopies can create a fire hazard, that's a whole nother discussion. But I think I would hope that you would agree with me on that.
And I am going to debate you on that. Are you aware that ash juniper canopies provide shade so that we get moisture held in the soil, reducing our likelihood of urban wildland fires?
That's not what my stat says here. It's
Well,
less,
I'd
it's
like
less
to know the
moisture.
sources for your stat.
Sure, we can work on that and get that to you.
So if you go to urban wildland interface projects with the Emergency Service District number 6 in Travis County and the Austin Fire Department, as well as our biologists both at the city and the county and the national level, you will find that the canopy for ash juniper in the wildland interface is important to maintaining our soil depth, the moisture in that soil, and the shade canopy to reduce our chances of a urban wildland conflagration.
I think it's worth noting, Senator, that you asked about firefighters coming to testify on behalf of that point of them being a fire hazard, but no, not one single city has reached out to my office in opposition of this bill. And I know the cities do their due diligence with water conservation, with all those things. Not one city has reached out to my office in opposition of this bill. I think that's worth noting.
Do you honestly think that cities are not in opposition to your bill? Whether they've reached out to you or not, can you stand there and credibly say that municipalities in the state of Texas, particularly those that are in the urban wildland interface, will have nothing to say about this about this bill preventing them from managing their own tree canopy?
What I'm pointing out is not one has reached out to me in the same manner that can you stand there and say that no fire department, just because they haven't come and been in support of my bill, don't think that cedar tree canopies can be a fire hazard. That's the same
Well, you are asserting that they're a fire hazard, and I'm not hearing the authority that you're citing. You're asserting that they're invasive, and I'm not hearing the authority that you're citing.
The authority are the property rights,
They are
the rights
water
of
hogs,
individual
and I'm
property
not
owners.
hearing the authority you're citing, nor am I hearing any interest groups that are supporting those assertions. Isn't this a developer bill?
Absolutely not. This is a property rights bill. And
property
that's where the ultimate authority lies, with our individual rights. That's where the authority lies.
So a property owner that's not in an HOA and their property isn't within a municipality can cut down whatever trees they want. But a developer who would prefer to clear cut their ash juniper to make it cheaper and easier for them to build would be greatly appreciative of this bill, wouldn't they?
I would like your source on that comment as to where you believe that this is just simply a developer bill, because to me, it's very much a property rights bill.
Do you know of a development in the Hill Country in Mason County owned by a family of the House sponsor and the initiator of this legislation for 2 sessions now, Representative Ellen Troxclair?
I don't know her district as well as I know mine.
Would you consider that a self-interest conflict of interest if they owned a piece of property that would greatly advantage, that this bill would greatly advantage because it would allow them to clear cut the cedar on their property?
There may be other benefits to this bill. My purpose of bringing this bill forward is simply a property rights bill.
Well, as I've said before, property rights are only for those who are rich enough to defend them. And certainly developer interests in clear-cutting cedar have brought this bill 2 sessions in a row now. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Secretary will call the roll on motion to suspend.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
21 ayes and 10 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1927. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1927 relating to municipal regulation of the removal of an ash juniper tree.
You are recognized for passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
And thank you, too, for the lesson on trees. I appreciate that. Secretary will, I know the gallery was riveted, weren't you? You're all riveted. Welcome to your Senate chamber. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
21 ayes, 10 nays. You'll pass to engrossment and hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2361.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2361. Members, I'd like to begin, before I lay out this bill, by saying thank you. Thank you to a number of people who have worked on this bill, my joint author being Paul Bettencourt, Senator Bettencourt, one of our Aggie lawmakers here. And I also want to thank the University of Houston for being the steward of the University of Houston First Center that started in 1973. And then in 1983, when the legislature passed Senate Bill 235, granting permanent degree granting status and officially naming it to the University of Houston, Victoria. Mr. President, you actually brought your grandchildren to the committee hearing in education when I was laying this bill out. And the entire Victoria community was extremely impressed. I think it was accidental that you showed up, but they were like, wow, the lieutenant governor really cares about this bill.
It was planned well in advance on my grandson's schedule. Not really, I have to be honest. But it was interesting.
But I do want to thank you, and I want to thank Governor Abbott, because anytime you transfer a university from one system to the other, as I told Representative Louderback as we worked on this bill together, I said, just be real quiet and let's work through this. And so we did. And I want to thank everyone. And I want to give a shout out to Renu Couture, who in working with her in the years that I have become the senator for Victoria, it has been a pleasure to work with her and the University of Houston system as they've cared for this. But as we look at the Crossroads region, and it has strong agriculture and logistical petrochemical sectors, and this transfer presents an opportunity to Texas to lead the future of U.S. industry sectors. The bill transfers the powers and responsibilities and control of the University of Houston from the University of Houston system into the Texas A&M system. As a result, the university will be renamed the Texas A&M Victoria. To begin, there is nothing in this bill that will affect any student or employee at the university. Any existing rule, policy, tuition, or fee instituted by the University of Houston at Victoria shall remain in place until the Texas A&M system implements their own. All funds that have been dedicated to UHV are held for the use of Texas A&M system for the new school, and the Texas A&M system is substituted for the University of Houston system for contracts and written obligations. The bill erases references of UHV from the Education Code and adds the necessary references to Texas A&M Victoria. I will be having two amendments. These are clarifications. One will address the ERS language. The other will ensure the power enabled to Victoria ISD through a reference of UHV to remain in effect, a bill that I passed several sessions ago. Members, this is the full support of Texas A&M and the University of Houston. To the regents at these two institutions, these two systems, I want to say thank you. Texas A&M took a hard look at this. They visited, they had a regent go down more than once. They've now had their staff go down several times to make sure that they can meet the needs of that region. I could not be more grateful. The community, everyone in the community that has come and supported this, the letters of support, as well as many resolutions from that region, the city of Victoria, and Victoria County itself. And so, Mr. President, it is truly an honor to stand before you, present this bill, committee substitute to Senate Bill 2361, and I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask a question of the author.
Do you yield?
I do.
Obviously, great bill, Senator Kolgorst. So as an Aggie, I've always enjoyed the term agricultural and mechanical because that's really the fit for the coastal bend. And I think the testimony that was taken was really to that point because we had everything from the largest auto dealer in the state to Formosa Plastics. And again, this is an area that has, a real combination of heavy industry, of chemical process plants, refineries, petrochemical plants, you name it, as well as a tremendous agricultural base. So I think it's really not just a single shoe fit for an A&M's solution, but a two-shoe fit. It's that good.
It absolutely is. And if you look at the engineering degrees that Texas A&M offers, and you look at the petrochemical presence and more, we're bringing on nuclear, as you know, and Victoria College as well has gone out to those industries to match some certificates. But what we were finding, Senator Betancourt, was that when young people or young professionals wanted to continue their degree, they didn't match up with UHV, which I love University of Houston. It is an urban center. You and I both work with University of Houston. It's more urban directed and couldn't match up those degrees, so they were having to send those students away from the region. What Refugio, I recognize Refugio, we just talked about that. They are heavy in agriculture, but we want to keep our students near these regional universities. I think this is going to pay dividends in many, many ways, and it's going to allow the University of Houston, again, this was kind of an outpost for them, and it did a lot of online classes. As you know, after the pandemic, everyone is offering online. So it's a win-win for everyone. I want to thank you, Senator Betancourt, because there were some choppy times during this, in this session, and making sure that this was a fit for Texas A&M. And I will say Chancellor Sharp, who is exiting now, future Chancellor Glenn Hager, both senators from that region. I know that this is something that is a good fit. Soon to be Chancellor Hager is going to do a great job. And you saw it with the testimony, the community is excited. But we're also grateful to the University of Houston. Again, being the steward of this campus since 1973, many investments, the campus is beautiful, and we're going to do great things.
It is a beautiful campus, and I want to thank Chancellor Sharp and especially the Board of Regents, because from Michael Plank, who is already now rolled off the board, to the existing 9 members, they've really taken an interest in this project. And when you look at the Coastal Bend area, it's not just the engineering degrees of the mechanical engineering, the electrical engineering, the chemical engineering, which is going to be big, industrial, nuclear, et cetera. It's also engineering technology.
Correct.
Because that's what the largest auto dealer in the state's interested in, and more importantly, all of the dealers would be. Because that ET operation goes hand in hand with techs that run like a lot of Formosa Plastics operations, as well as the engineers that run it with them. So I think it was great to see so much community support. And this will be the 12th campus. And therefore, I will proclaim it to be the campus of the 12th man at this point in time, because it's a person that's come off the bench to come into the game, just like Gil did 100 years ago. And that's how I look at what I think the future of Texas A&M Victoria is. So thank you for your leadership, too, because you've been plowing the road on this, a long time, many, many years.
Thank you, Senator Bittencourt. It is the 12th campus. I think very fitting analogy to the 12th man. Regent Albritton, if you're listening, I heard every word you said. We had a real heart-to-heart. We are committed to making this campus successful. And again, this is going to be awesome for our economy down in that region. Huge producer of manufacturing, petrochemical, and a lot on the horizon with the Port of Victoria, the Port of Corpus Christi. This is going to do great things. Thank you, Senator Bittencourt, for your support and helping me navigate sometimes some choppy waters, but we're at a great place.
Secretary will call the roll. Any objections? Hearing none. Bill passes. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2361. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2361 relating to the transfer of the University of Houston Victoria to the Texas A&M University system.
Members, we have amendments. Following amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Kolkhorst.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment ensures the smooth transition of benefits for UHV employees, retirees, and dependents from the ERS system into the Texas A&M system. The language authorizes ERS to share necessary health information with Texas A&M system and any office within the UH system that may be involved in the benefits transition. Additionally, the language establishes that if 2/3 of both houses vote for this legislation, this section goes into immediate effect so that the transition of services can begin as soon as possible. If this legislation passes, they will begin an MOU in June, and then it will be active September 1st of 2025. I move passage of this amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 2 by Kolkhorst.
Recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, members. I am offering this amendment to ensure that authority given to the Victoria ISD to host an event that serves alcohol, such as the Victoria Symphony, which we passed this bill through this body, may continue to do so. The amendment strikes language that references University of Houston at Victoria and states that if the district had the authority to adopt a policy to allow alcohol prior to January 1st of this year, it shall remain intact. I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You're recognized to pass to engrossment.
I move passage of Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 2361 to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Any secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule suspended. Senator Alvarado, do not make me laugh. I have important business to do here. The chair lays out Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 2361. The secretary read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2361 relating to the transfer of the University of Houston Victoria to the Texas A&M University system.
You're welcome on final.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As I move final passage, I certainly want to thank all of the community that has rolled up their sleeves and become involved. Again, Governor Abbott, you, Governor Patrick, and I look forward to working with Representative Louderback, who's been a great partner on this as this bill moves through the Texas House and again moves this university from the University of Houston, who has been a great steward since 1973, to the Texas A&M system. It is my honor to move passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2361 to a final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
You convinced them all, 31-0. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, members.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 22.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, at this time I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider the Committee Substitute Senate Bill 22. Members, the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Program, also known as TMIP, was established in 2007 by the 80th legislature to provide reimbursement grants to projects in the moving image industry, which are produced in Texas, grow the state's economy, and create jobs for Texans. Over the life of the program, we have seen a significant economic impact on the state. Over $2.5 billion in in-state spending and 189,000 Texas jobs created. For every dollar paid in a grant, $4.69 is spent in-state, according to the Office of the Governor. The current program, and it's been in existence since 2007, as I said, and first funded in 2009, provide a strong framework, the current program, with careful reimbursement parameters to safeguard taxpayers' dollars. To qualify for any grant under the program, at least 60% of the project must be filmed in Texas. So that means that 60% of the time that they're actually filming has to be done in the state of Texas. Furthermore, all reimbursement is based on in-state spending, which is carefully and thoroughly reviewed, including wages paid to Texas residents, payments to Texas domicile entities, air travel to and from Texas on a Texas-based airline, and there's other examples, but it's all Texas-based, and it all has to be tied to impact in the state of Texas. The current level of reimbursement is not as robust as other states. We are constantly competing with other states in lots of areas of business. It's just not the film industry. We see it in many areas, and we provide economic incentives to other businesses to be competitive with other states, and this industry is no different. So we are competing with states that have robust and consistent incentives that attract filming in their state. This bill keeps the existing framework. As I said, it's been in existence since 2007, keeps TMIP within the Office of the Governor, but it provides more long-term stability in funding by creating a new fund to incentivize new investments in film production in Texas, which creates great economic opportunities for Texans. This bill creates an incentive fund, which is established outside of the Treasury and provides a statutorily directed deposit of $500 million from sales tax revenue to the fund on a biennial basis. It does it for the next
decade, which gives certainty to the industry and the investors who want to bring these great jobs to Texas. It provides authority for the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Trust Company to invest monies that they are holding in the fund. Very importantly, this bill codifies some of the rules that had been in place through the governor's office, but it makes it clear that the governor's office is not required to act on any grant application and may deny an application because of inappropriate content or content that portrays Texas or Texans in a negative fashion. And it further codifies a list of projects that are currently not eligible, which of course would be things like pornography, obscene material, political advertising, casino-type video games, and more. We are really trying to establish a very family-friendly, faith-based filming opportunities that really portray Texans in a positive light and provide great economic opportunities to all Texans. It changes the tiers somewhat because there's, depending on how much you spend, there's a certain percentage that you can get back from, again, your in-state spend. So there's some changes in that. We also provide uplifts to encourage filming in rural counties. You can get a 2.5% uplift. If it's a Texas Heritage project, by looking at the promotion of family values, and how Texas is portrayed in a very positive fashion, you get another 2.5%. Veterans, if at least if a certain percentage of veterans are hired, you get 2.5%. And if you, to encourage post-production in the state, you can get a 1% uplift for that. The maximum uplift you can get is 31%, no matter how you use those uplifts. But remember, this is just a percentage of in-state spend. This bill will sunset in 10 years on August 31st, 2035, and then it reverts back to current law. Again, this is a boost to encourage the industry to film in Texas, to providing great opportunities for our Texans. We have created a strong infrastructure so far. It's been in place now for many years, but we're trying to promote new economic opportunities with this bill, being with careful oversight by the governor's office and clear direction on the type of movies and productions that we want to see in the state, with certainty for those coming to the state. I will also have a floor amendment which will provide for an additional possible uplift of 2.5% for faith-based moving image projects. I know you like that, Senator Campbell, and which is another opportunity for faith-based films and to produce their movies in Texas. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I move suspension.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Huffman, I am excited by this bill. As you're well aware, we have a lot of film production activity in my district. And also, I believe I may be the only senator in the history of Texas who has an IMDb account. So I've worked in this industry in a previous life and still have many friends in it. So I appreciate this bill. One concern inside the film industry is the subjective nature of the fund and the granting of grants. The other concern inside the industry is the uncertainty about whether you get the grant until post-production. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that, starting with the last one first. Okay. You have already mentioned that this decision is entirely discretionary on the office inside the governor.
Absolutely, and we hope that they will use that discretion wisely, and we have confidence that they will.
And I do note that in the bill, it is said, and said again, that even after submitting the script and the storyboard, even after an award of a grant has been communicated, the money, the actual money, will not be given to the production company until after the rough cut has been reviewed to make sure that there was no change from the storyboard or the script, and it is absolutely at the discretion of the commission to claw back the grant at that point, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that's one concern of the industry.
I don't find it a concern. I'm sorry the industry thinks it's a concern, but we've made it very clear what our intention is to create economic opportunities for Texans, job opportunities. This is an economic incentive, but we're very cognizant that we want Texas values to be portrayed in these, whatever kind of production it is. We have very clear rules about that, and that's what we want to see produced, and that's what, I mean, anyone can produce anything they want, right? In any state they want, but if they want economic incentives from the state of Texas, they're going to have to produce things within certain parameters.
Understood. I just wanted to have clarity on this bill.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I am in favor of this bill as it's currently written, even though I do have some pause, because only production companies who can afford to get all the way to post-production and lose the grant are likely to go for the grant.
You know, I will say, Senator Eckhart, that in rule and how the governor's office has operated this, that is what they do now. That what came out during the committee process. We are just putting that in statute now so that we're very transparent that these are our expectations, that we want to create these jobs, we want to provide the incentives to strengthen the Texas economy. We want to do all that, but we are going to be very circumspect about the type of productions that will be allowable.
And I completely concur with you on that. That has been the practice of the office.
Yeah.
In fact, I know anecdotally of circumstances of major motion pictures losing $250,000 awards in post-production. So I completely agree with you. You're simply codifying what has already been the practice. Let me switch to another issue with the bill, but again, as it's currently written, I am, sucking it up on this issue. Some of the evaluation criteria and the uplift are very objective, and then some are subjective. So I just wanted to categorize those and make sure we agree. On the objective, which is great, it's objective. How much money is being spent in the state of Texas? That is an objective, definable amount. It is objective, the percent of time in Texas. It's objective, the number of Texas employees. Wonderful provision, easily verifiable. It's objective whether you get an uplift because you are filming in a rural community, which is such an important uplift that I completely support for economic development purposes. It's objective whether the post-production is being done in Texas. I would love to see post-production economic development because so many take post-production to LA and to New York. And it's objective how many veterans are being employed for uplift. But I remain concerned with the portrayal of Texas in a positive fashion and general standards of decency and promotion of family values. Those are very subjective. Would you agree?
I don't think they're subjective, but I'm not going to argue with you whether you think they're subjective. I can look at a movie and tell if it's promoting family values and is projecting Texas in a positive light. It would be very clear to me, but I'm not going to argue with you with your opinion on that. And I think the governor's office will be able to tell that as well. And I think the average Texan could tell that as well.
I think we would probably have a kerfluffle among average Texans with regard to some films and whether they portray Texas in a positive light. I know of one film that a local filmmaker made about a mythical university, East Texas State, that was considered not sufficiently Texas. again, as it's written, I can live with these subjective criteria.
Okay.
But I think, I know that I am concerned, and I know some others in the chamber are concerned, that adding additional subjective criteria would tilt this into the realm, away from the realm of economic development, which should be objectively measured, and into the realm of subject matter, non-neutral subject matter propaganda, which would be subjective. And that is a concern. But thank you for answering.
Well, I don't think the promotion of family values would ever be in the propaganda category, but that's, again, my opinion.
Of course, whose family values would always be the question. But thank you so much for answering my questions.
Yes.
Senator King, what purpose?
Will the author yield for just a couple questions?
Do you yield?
Of course.
Thank you, Senator, and thanks so much for bringing this bill. I know there's a lot of confusion, and could you just kind of discuss a little more specifically the parameters, the framework that's in place to make sure that we get a really good return on this investment for Texas?
Absolutely. I think very importantly is that the Film Commission, through the governor's office, has to carefully track in-state spending, and only awards grants. Remember, the award comes at the end of the project. Nobody gets anything up front. So I think that's important to make clear. I think Senator Eckhart was insinuating that somehow money would be clawed back. There is no clawback of money because there is no grant until there's a final project that has been approved. And that does not happen until all the money has been spent and carefully audited through the governor's office. They have a full staff that does that, making sure that there was the 60% of the filming time in the state and the percentage of the in-state spend, which I remind you that that's below the line. So these are, I have a long list, but these are the cowboys, using your horse, the hairdressers, the people setting up the lighting and the cameras. And these are real jobs that pay very well. And so all of that is very carefully documented and sometimes can go over, several months or even over a year where this has been going on and documented. So, once that's done, they have a final product that they can review that, have to meet the standards of decency that we're saying they have to have and can't violate any of those rules. Then they can make an assessment of the payment. And remember, this has been going on for many years. I mean, it's a lot of what's getting more attention. Last session, we put $200 million into this project, and we tasked the governor's office with making sure that they could bring to us this documentation and reassurance about the payback on the money. And it is very, very clear that there was significant economic opportunity in the state. Over the life of the program, $2.5 billion has been spent in state by production companies, and 189,000 Texan jobs have been created. And those all are documented within the records of the governor's Film Commission. So we have list of eligible and ineligible state spending. It's in the Texas Administrative Code, Rule 121.5, so it's very laid out. The expectations are very clear about what can be spent. And then on top of that, which is very objective criteria, we had an interim charge on this during the interim. We had a long hearing in finance. We had a good solid hearing in the committee, and we heard from, it's not just the urban and the suburban. You're from Fort Worth. They have done, near Fort Worth, I should say. They have done great things in Fort Worth, but we heard from Stephenville, Texas, where they filmed Bass Reeves. The production company invested over $2 million to buy out businesses to use their buildings as sets. The representative from their tourist office said that, it pretty much changed Stephenville and gave an economic boost to that small town that they never in a million years could ever have experienced that kind of, economic incentive and event, which really boosted the local businesses, brought people to their town, it created jobs. And so, these are real events that happen to real Texans. And as I said, we've had a history of this. We've been doing it. We're ready to go in, invest more because we have the documented objective proof that it works. And we're going to be, I'm sure the governor's office, the commission will do a great job, but I can give my personal commitment, and I think the lieutenant governor feels the same way, that we're going to be watching what they do because we are making an investment where we're doing it for Texans, and we're doing it for all, it creates job opportunities that are new jobs that have not existed before. And, we're going to have a grant program through higher ed to incentivize these universities to have programs that, train young people, or anyone, they don't have to be young, clearly, train people to actually get these jobs. And we believe that with this incentive program, that there will be more infrastructure. There's, film studios being built in your area, up in the Fort Worth area, that are making very strong family, valued, family-oriented movies. We had the director of The Chosen, who, or maybe he's the producer, I'm not sure, Chad Guntherson, I think his name is, and he testified before the Finance Committee. Powerful testimony about, how The Chosen started as a very, small operation, has grown to be with a worldwide audience with a fabulous message, and filmed in Senator Nichols' fabulous East Texas. So, and I'm pretty sure East Texas didn't have a lot of that type of industry probably until things like The Chosen have come on board. So this is a good thing for Texas. It's a positive thing, but there is a lot of monitoring and hard measurement. So I feel confident that it's something that we can monitor and make sure that it's doing what we want it to do for Texas.
Well, thank you. I know just anecdotally, because I know I've seen numbers, that you get $4 or $6 for every dollar spent, but I can just would say anecdotally, you mentioned The Chosen. Actually, the first year of The Chosen was filmed in Peaster, Texas, which is North Parker County. They outgrew that studio and moved a little bit east. I know that one of my retired sheriffs in Johnson County, he has a business, and they provide all the livestock for a lot of Sheridan films, but also they provide them for The Chosen and others. And even when Dennis Quaid was here on the floor, I guess it was last session, we were recognizing him. I went up and introduced myself, said I'm from Weatherford. He said, I'm staying in Weatherford right now. So he's staying at the La Quinta, and eating lunch locally and all that. So I even see, even just Weatherford, all the local little spinoffs that I know are hard to put into the calculations. But you mentioned a lot of the small jobs, the opportunities, the restaurants that are full, the rental equipment that takes place.
The dry cleaners, the dry cleaners, they get more business.
Everything, the pharmacy, everything that run into the drugstore.
Yeah.
That we never feel, but we see in that experience. I can tell you, I can really see it in Weatherford, and Weatherford has never had anything to do with the film industry until the last few years. So anyway, thank you for bringing this, and thanks for answering my question.
And I just want to add, Senator King, if I could, because I think it's important. I want to make sure people understand this, that, the Film Commission was established in 1971. The TMIP, which is the program that's going to administer this, has been around since 2007 and been funded since 2009, including $200 million last session. So it's tried and true. We're just accelerating it because we want these economic opportunities for Texans. So thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask a couple of questions of the author.
Do you?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Huffman. Senator Huffman, I've had a long history of supporting this program. And yes. I believe in a lot of what you've said. As I was reading your bill, I had some questions that struck me as kind of wondering why we made these changes, and I was hoping you could help me with that.
I'll try.
I appreciate that very much. You know, on page 3, I noticed that you struck the percentage of the production crew, actors, and extras that need to be living in Texas, but I see that you replaced it with a timeline. I think you gave them time. Was that what the purpose of that?
Exactly. During the interim hearings, that we heard from some folks saying that the percentage that was in place was sometimes difficult to achieve. So what we thought was we would establish a tiered system, giving the industry and giving Texans an opportunity to get trained for these jobs. And then we coupled that with our incentive grant program that we're establishing through higher ed. It's a $50 million grant program. That goes directly to higher ed, encouraging them to develop programs that would train Texans for these jobs. So it's a thoughtful approach, a tiered process that's trying to meet the needs. Now, you know, like a lot of these bills, does everyone think that's the perfect solution? Probably not, but we tried to get a fair approach that would work for for Texans and for the industry as they tried to hire these employees that they needed.
So that makes sense. Question on page 4. The bill said on line 48, Section 485.05 used to say additional grant for certain projects, and it used to say underutilized and economically distressed areas. That has been scratched out, and it's been replaced with this long list of, I guess, additional grants. What was the logic behind that?
We thought that, we looked at that carefully. We thought there was already a lot of just natural, incentive that the industry would film in the urban and suburban areas. And we really wanted to direct the industry to have an incentive to film in rural Texas, where honestly, that's probably where more of the economically distressed areas that could really use an injection, like Stephenville as a perfect example of just new money to really, get the businesses kind of invigorated and bring excitement to the community. So that was why, like I said, they're already doing things in the urban and suburban areas. We want to draw them out to the rural areas so that this program would be diverse throughout Texas. As you know, we're just incredibly blessed with great geographic diversity, which is a natural call to those who are making different types of films and so forth. Because we can make Texas look like anywhere in the world, actually, and we've been told that over and over again. So we really want to encourage those who are making these, bringing these big projects to Texas to go out throughout Texas to make sure that these economic opportunities are available throughout our great state.
Very good. And I guess the rationale, one of the things that gives me the most pause about the bill is the fact that I think the current funding that we put in last biennium was, I think, $200 million?
That is correct.
And this bill is calling for about $500 million?
Correct.
How did we come up with that increase, that I guess 2.5%?
We wanted a very robust incentive that would draw great economic opportunity to Texas, which would establish the businesses that would, be making these productions. And with the hope being that as the years went by and the infrastructure increased and there was more and more opportunity, that the incentives would no longer be necessary because the industry would be here, they would see the opportunities that Texas provided, and we would have a great workforce established both through just experience and the educational opportunities that we were trying to provide for all Texans.
Okay. So, appreciate you answering the questions. Would you be open to an uplift for emerging or newer, younger production companies, maybe producers, directors, people who maybe aren't going to be the A-listers of Hollywood, but maybe up-and-coming folks who maybe are from Texas. You know, they're from here. We know that now he's a big name, you know, but Robert Rodriguez started as making movies with his family in San Antonio, and then came up to UT and kind of actually had to have financed, I think, one of his movies on credit cards. And so the point is, would you be open to an amendment for an uplift for Texas-based productions from up-and-coming producers?
Well, Senator Menendez, I think that the bill is designed to already, you know, encourage smaller production companies or those with smaller investments, because we have actually lowered the, you know, the tier availability. So, you know, there is already, you know, incentives for those, you know, between 100,000 to 1 million. So there are plenty of opportunities. I would say definitely we want to encourage the young or the smaller, and a lot of those are the family-based and the faith-based, because they tend to have a lower, you know, budget. And so we want to encourage those. So we have provided incentives for those as well. But I think the bill naturally by design will help benefit the small upcomings as long as they are doing the type of films that we want to incentivize. So. And with the $500 million that's set aside, what if the grants aren't subscribed? What happens to the money? The money, as I said in my layout, it is available for, it will be in the Texas Safekeeping Trust, so it will, you know, be available for investment by the, you know, the comptroller, as he does with everything else in the Texas Safekeeping Trust, by the same rules and percentages. And the money will stay there, and then there's a 10-year period. At the end of that period, the legislature can make decisions about, it's not a constitutional dedication, it's a statutory dedication, so I would assume that the legislature at that time would make appropriate determinations about the money.
Thank you for taking my questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Alvarado, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask the author a few questions.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, thank you for your work on this. Do you believe that we should always try to find ways to diversify our Texas economy, since, you know, we rely so heavily on oil and gas, and some regions of our state heavily in the medical field, that we should always look for opportunities? How can we create more jobs and diversify those field of jobs?
I absolutely agree with that, Senator Alvarado. And, you know, we compete with other states to incentivize, you know, job opportunities for Texans. And this just is another way to incentivize economic growth for Texans.
I'm so glad that this bill is coming forward and that we're putting more money into it. This is something I advocated 10 years ago during my time in the House. So I'm glad to see that that we're putting more into it. I know people have been concerned about the amount, but if you look at other incentives like the Texas Semiconductor Incentive Program, that was at $698 million. And that started, it was originally funded at, I believe, about $295 million. So when something is successful, naturally you want to keep it going as long as you can, because it's creating jobs and adding to our economy.
Correct.
So some examples that we talked about in the committee, for example, The Chosen. That was filmed in Midlothian, is that right? That's
correct.
Kind of near the Dallas area?
Yeah, East. I thought it was East Texas, but yeah.
I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, it started in Parker. Where that film was, the hotel that it was filmed in, that was during COVID. And my understanding is that, but for not that film there, that hotel would have shut down.
That's a good example of how The Chosen saved, a business, yes.
Okay. And if anyone here has never been to a set, I know we've got Troubleshooter that's not too far from here, Robert Rodriguez's studio. I've been there and watched how far and wide the reach is when it comes to job creation. You're talking about caterers, the sets that are built, the carpentry work, welders,
electricians,
yes,
all the trades.
People that are doing the dry cleaning you mentioned, alterations, and they hire businesses, small businesses. A lot of them are mom and pop. A lot of them are minority-owned businesses from within the area. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, that is correct.
And since you've been studying this and working on it, are there other jobs, other fields that maybe we haven't thought of, we don't tie to filmmaking?
Well, one part that I think is interesting is like the livestock, like cowboys, and when they bring their horses or their cattle, they get paid for that as well. I think the Stephenville was another example of where, they brought in a bunch of livestock and the owners were paid significantly for bringing those. But there's also, and these are just some things that are on a list, helicopter pilots, because there's a lot of aerial photography, the helicopters themselves, sound equipment and design, acting coaches, don't think of that, casting agencies, studio teachers, choreographers who, maybe dance studios that heretofore had not had that type of business. You mentioned artists and laborers, also consultants are brought in. Sometimes they need military consultants, so they bring in technical advisors, people, costume designers, seamstresses, stylists, those who do visual effects and work on lighting. So the list goes on and on. Those are the below the line workers, and those are the type of those. If those are Texas workers getting paid, money in Texas, staying in Texas, then they go out and they rent an apartment, or they're going to the dry cleaners themselves, and they're buying groceries, and all of this adds to the Texas economy.
And I'm glad that you named all of those very specific jobs, because those are the jobs that are behind the scenes. They're not in the limelight. They're not on the screen, but there's a lot of work that goes into film production.
Right.
And I consider this bill a workforce bill because it's putting people to work, and these are blue-collar, good-paying jobs. Do you see it as a workforce initiative?
I absolutely do, and as the years have passed and I've heard more and more about this and become more educated, I see what a bonus it is for Texas and what a good thing it is.
I don't know of another incentive program that the state of Texas oversees that has this far of a reach into job growth and into workforce-related issues as this program. Maybe we need to look at other incentives, because there are other incentives that we fund that don't produce near the amount of jobs. I know that there's some that maybe, all you have to create are 20 jobs or such. But this creates thousands and thousands of jobs. Thank you for your work on this. I'm happy to
Senator
support
Alvarado.
you.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell, what purpose?
To ask some questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Huffman. The bill is about economy, and we've talked about that a lot. It will create jobs, correct?
Correct, yes.
And dollars will be spent in our economy, the Texas economy.
Absolutely, and they're measurable. Yes.
Every community that they film in. These sales, as chair of finance, we are looking for ways, right, to bring in income to Texas, right? So this will bring in more sales tax dollars as they spend in the community.
Yes.
Right? And as we get more dollars, that goes into general revenue.
Correct, yeah.
And those dollars are what we look at when we're trying to find property tax relief.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes, yeah.
And more dollars for school funding.
Yes.
This is just another avenue looking at the return on investment, where we get, for every dollar spent, we get $4.69. Was that what it was?
Yes.
For every dollar in return.
And that's actual measurable money. That's
measurable
the measure
dollars.
that they spend, yes.
Exactly. And I think as an added benefit, and you've touched on it, well, strongly, more than touched on it, you've emphasized how this is a film industry that we're bringing to Texas to tell people the story about Texas. As Senator Nichols said, the mystique of Texas.
Yes.
And in addition to that, I know everybody may not be bothered, but most certainly I watch movies, but I have a filter on it that watches language so that it is more a family-friendly movie in my house. And this gives us an opportunity to actually, instead of us complaining about language and that goes on in other films, a chance to actually bring the movies here, tell them about Texas, truly make it family-friendly without the language. And you've got a safety in there, correct? That if the movie doesn't fit the criteria,
Correct.
then they don't get the incentive.
Exactly. The governor's office has absolute discretion to the bitter end to determine that the final product does not meet the standards that we want to incentivize.
And this has been out there already. This is nothing new.
Right. And we're putting in law this time about the fight. That had been the rule, but now it's very clear that that's the way the program operates.
So you are a great finance chair. I think this bill is easy to support because everything that it brings is jobs, dollars that add to our economy, sales tax dollars to help us decrease property taxes, as well as take ownership of language and start putting some parameters on what producers and writers can do.
Incentivize them to make the kind of films we'd like to see. Yeah.
I think it's a very good bill. You've looked at everything, and I appreciate it, and I'm strongly support, and I'm voting for this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks for your support.
Secretary will call the roll on the motion.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
24 ayes, 7 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 22. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 22, relating to the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Program.
There's an amendment, members. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Huffman.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Members, this is the floor amendment that I spoke about in my initial layout, adding another uplift of 2.5% for a faith-based moving image project grant. Move adoption.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A statement on the amendment?
Statement on the amendment as opposed to a question?
It's much faster.
What was that?
It's much faster.
I'll take it. You're recognized.
Thank you. This is not a proper place for government. Thank you.
Members, the adoption on the amendment. Any objection? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll. Against faith and family-based movies. Go ahead.
Wait, you're not recognized.
It's on. It is in the amendment. Is what the amendment does. Yes, Secretary will call the roll. That's what the amendment does, Senator.
Alvarado. Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Saffarini. You did. I thought I changed it.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The amendment passes. You recognize passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment. The committee substitute, Senate Bill 22.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Twenty-three ayes and 8 nays. The bill passes on engrossment. If you can find 2 friends.
I'll look for 2. Thank you.
We have 2. It was an auction, real quick. Make a motion.
I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days. I think.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes and 6 nays. The 3-day rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 22. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 22 relating to the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Program.
You're recognized on final passage.
I move final passage of the committee substitute Senate Bill 22.
You're recognized, Senator, to speak on the bill. Senator Eckhart.
So much, Mr. President. I'll be brief. This is an important bill, and I want to see this go through, but I must rise to speak against the bill as it's been amended because it is now tipped over to predominantly subjective criteria. This is of great concern. I had high hopes and continue to have high hopes for economic development of the film industry in the state of Texas. But as it is currently situated with so many subjective aspects, it creates uncertainty so that only very well-funded production companies that can risk losing the subsidy at post-production or a subgenre of films that are politically palatable will actually be able to achieve this subsidy. This is of concern to me, and so with heavy heart and hopes that the House can improve the objective criteria, I will vote no and hope that it comes back with more objective economic development oomph. Thank you.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
To speak for the bill.
You're recognized.
This bill is a smart, targeted investment in Texas jobs, Texas stories, and Texas communities. It's about economic development, yes, but it's also about cultural preservation and pride. Every time a show or film chooses to shoot here, they're not just creating good jobs for our crews and boosting local economies. They're showcasing our cities, towns, and regions on the global stage. They're putting Texas on the screen and keeping our dollars at home. Too often we've seen Texas stories being filmed elsewhere. An example is the Selena series on Netflix, and appropriate that I bring her up today because today is Selena Day. That show was not even filmed in Texas. That should never happen again. We should be the default choice, not the backup plan. This bill modernizes and strengthens our movie image industry incentive program to make sure that when a production wants wide skies, urban hustle, or Texas grit, they don't go looking in New Mexico, Georgia, or California. They stay here. By creating a dedicated, sustainable incentive fund and making common sense reforms to improve accountability and quality, we're giving production companies a clear message. Texas is open for business and ready for your story. Y'all, let's make sure that when it's Texas on the script, it's Texas on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Huffman.
I move final passage of the committee substitute Senate Bill 22.
Thank you for your work on this, and and all of the filmmakers in the faith and family category say we will become the leader in the world for faith-based and family movies of all faiths and all families. And that's always a good thing to sell our Texas values and our faith values and our family values to the world. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
23 ayes, 8 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1806.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1806 takes a comprehensive approach to combat the problem of oil field theft by giving law enforcement stronger tools, increased training, streamlined procedures, and tougher penalties. It allows for the immediate sale of seized crude oil and condensate at market price and ensures proceeds are handled under the existing asset forfeiture laws. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1806. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1806. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1806 relating to the inspection, purchase, sale, possession, storage, transportation, and disposal of petroleum products.
Senator Sparks are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Sparks, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1806. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1806 relating to the inspection, purchase, sale, possession, storage, transportation, and disposal of petroleum products.
Senator Sparks are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the Railroad Commission. I want to thank all of our different law enforcement agencies and the different stakeholders that have really worked hard to come up with some things that I think have a chance of really helping the great state of Texas fight oil field theft. And with that, I move final passage.
Senator Eckhart, you recognize to speak on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise to speak on the bill, and I'm going to vote no on this bill. I understand what your intention is here with regards to the illegal aspects, illegal trade in this petroleum. I completely get it. But at the end of the day, this is an incredibly expensive asset, and our asset forfeiture regulations in the state of Texas are positively wild. So this creates the ability to seize these assets and immediately liquidate them and roll it into funds available to our law enforcement creates a really perverse incentive here. So I'm going to vote no on this bill. I understand your intentions, but I'd really like to work with you and others in this chamber on reforming our asset forfeiture regulations in the state of Texas. I think that anyone who truly believes in property rights wants to take a much closer look at our asset forfeiture laws in the state of Texas.
So I appreciate that comment. I will let you know that as far as the seizing of oil and gas and condensate, highly regulated by the Railroad Commission, and so I don't see that as being a problem in this instance because it's not like they'll be able to seize that product and immediately be able to do something with that. The law enforcement will have to work with the Railroad Commission in order to be able to move that product. But I appreciate your comments.
Senator Sparks moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1806. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1080.
Mr. President, at this time, I'd move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1080. When an inmate is released from prison, the opportunities that the inmate has inside the prison directly correlates to the opportunities he or she will have outside of prison. Occupational license is a key to ensuring former prison inmates are able to have some of the best outcomes when leaving prison. Inmates who are able to secure an occupational license while in prison increase their earning potential and reduce the likelihood of recidivism. The goal of 1080 is to ensure more people who are incarcerated have access to the occupational license and to reduce recidivism. Senate Bill 1080 makes a transformative change to occupational license in Texas. Under this bill, licensing authorities will no longer be required to suspend license of felony convictions. Licensing authorities will, however, still be required to suspend occupational license if a person is imprisoned for a felony conviction for an offense that relates directly to the duties and responsibilities of the licensed occupation. Offenses listed under Article 42A.054, 3G offenses, offenses like indecency with a child, capital murder, sexual assault, etc. A sexual violent offense as defined by Article 62 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, felony community supervision, revocation of parole, revocation of mandatory supervision. I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1080. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1080. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1080 relating to the revocation of an occupational license from certain license holders and the issuance of a provisional occupational license to certain applicants with criminal convictions.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Schwertner.
Chair recognizes Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I believe this is a acceptable amendment by the author. This amendment just continues to allow for discretionary authority of the licensing entity regarding revocation of a license holder license, as well as ensures licensing authority is maintained regarding the provision of a provisional license to any individual with a conviction while keeping specific language added by this bill. With that, I yield
Senator
to
West.
Senator West.
The amendment is acceptable.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is it acceptable to the author? Is there objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Senator West, you recognize for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage for committee substitute for Senate Bill 1080. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1080 relating to the revocation of an occupational license from certain license holders and the issuance of a provisional occupational license to certain applicants with criminal convictions.
Senator West recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator West moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1080. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Paxton. You're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2420. Unlike brick and mortar stores, which must verify a consumer's age before the purchase of age-restricted products like alcohol and cigarettes, minors currently navigate the expansive digital world completely without guardrails. In the real world, minor children are not signing contracts with businesses. But in the digital world, they do this every single day. Senate Bill 2420 puts an important tool in the hands of parents and sets reasonable expectations and requirements on technology companies by requiring that if an app has a terms of service or privacy policy, then apps and the App Store providers must obtain parental consent if the user is a child. Parents are the natural first and best line of defense for their child. But it's also very clear that technology companies must work with us and with parents in good faith to be good corporate citizens so that parents can make informed decisions for their own children. This bill is not about content, it is about conduct and transparency and accountability. I move to suspend.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask a question of the author.
Senator Paxton, do you yield?
Of course.
I have mentioned this anecdote before. Back in the day, NASA spent a bunch of money looking at how to build a pen that would write in space, and then the cosmonauts said, why didn't you just use a pencil? So my question is, back in the day when my kids were small, I just turned off their ability to put an app on their phone. I just took their phone and turned that ability off. Can't we just do that?
Well, certainly a parent can do that. What we've discovered is that many parents are just not aware of the massive volume of apps that are available to their kids, that when they're away from home, when they're at school, when they're with their friends or whatever. So this certainly doesn't preclude a parent from doing that. I applaud you for that approach. And hopefully parents will gain some awareness about the sorts of things that their children are exposed to. There is nothing to prohibit a parent from leaving things wide open on this, to be honest, but it gives them insight into what their kids are looking at, and it just puts that back in their hands in a direct way.
Thanks for answering my question.
No, thank you, and good job.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2420 relating the regulation of platforms for the sale and distribution of software applications for mobile devices.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Paxton.
Senator Paxton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. This amendment ensures that in an emergency, when time is of the essence and waiting could actually cause harm, a minor can download an emergency app without awaiting parental consent. Additionally, the amendment allows for students to take a standardized test through a digital app used solely for secure testing, such as the PSAT, the SAT, and AP exams in this state. This amendment makes changes reflective of further stakeholder feedback.
The question is on the adoption of amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Paxton.
Senator Paxton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. This amendment amends the display of age rating section to not uproot existing age rating systems that are already available and currently in place in apps and app stores. This amendment allows app stores already using an age rating system to make available and simply make available an explanation of how their mechanism works for parents. And app stores not currently using age ratings must adopt the age categories outlined in this bill. Secondly, it extends safe harbor to app stores. App stores and app developers have safe harbor in this bill if they act in good faith to verify age and that parental consent was obtained. It fine-tunes the deceptive trade practices language based on feedback from the agency charged with its enforcement. And finally, it adds a severability clause. While severability is presumed under the government code, this simply ensures that severability is more evidently known. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 2? Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Paxton, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2420, ruling the regulation of platforms for the sale and distribution of software applications for mobile devices.
Senator Paxton recognized for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420.
Senator Paxton moves final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Nichols. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we suspend the regular order of business on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425. Members, this has to do with the automated vehicles you see running around Austin, some with drivers and some without drivers. This bill would require automated vehicle companies to affirmatively provide information to the Department of Motor Vehicles for review prior to operating in this state without a driver as a backup. It requires each AV company to submit a first responder interaction plan to the Department of Public Safety. It gives DPS and DMV enforcement authority to suspend or revoke an automated motor vehicle's operations in certain circumstances. The bill also states that AVs are commercial motor vehicles will be subject to enforcement under the existing Texas Motor Carrier Law, and that AVs that operate as transportation network companies are subject to the Texas Transportation Network Company laws. There will be an amendment, and I move we suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2425, relating the regulation of automated motor vehicles.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Nichols.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, don't let the number of pages on this amendment scare you. I'll walk you through the steps. They're really been worked with all parties. We've had work groups going on back and forth from last October through the putting of this bill together during the process and after the hearing. And so this is agreed to by really all parties after the hearing. So the first thing it does is it provides the language to clarify that the new requirement enforcement for AVs only applies to level 4 and 5. That's a technical term. It also ensures that level 3 vehicles have clear authority to operate in Texas with backup drivers. Traffic citations. It would ensure that AVs are not exempt from receiving traffic citations at the local level. It clarifies the bill's authorization requirements apply to commercial and business uses of automated motor vehicles, such as a commercial motor vehicle and vehicles operating as TNCs. Authorization will be required for Level 4 automated vehicles operating without a human driver that transport property or passengers in furtherance of the commercial enterprise. It also clarifies that the bill's authorization requirements for automated motor vehicles will not impact a motor carrier's registration, and it further clarifies that automated motor vehicles operating as a transportation network model are subject to the TNC code, and there's other conforming changes. Basically, if you want to operate as a transportation network company without a driver or a commercial haul without a driver, you have to go to DMV and get authorization. If the DPS determines you're doing something that's out of what we consider the safe levels, well, then your authorization can be pulled after you've had a chance to try to get it fixed. And that's about it. So I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. Rule is suspended. The chair lays out on third reading final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 2425, relating to the regulation of automated motor vehicles.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425 as amended.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2425. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1962.
Thank you, Mr. President. What gets measured gets fixed. That's really what the A through F accountability system in Texas is all about. In 2017, we established this system with House Bill 22, and since then, we've only had 1 year of accountability ratings that have been released fully, and that's 2019. In 2021, I passed Senate Bill 1365 to address a Third Court of Appeals ruling in the HISD case and ensure the continued operation of the accountability system and the intervention process, which is so critical to the cause of public education. For the past 2 years, there has been a repeated and intentional blocking of this through repetitive tax-funded ISD litigation. Senator Middleton and roughly 100 school districts filed suit in 2023. Their ruling, actually the Supreme Court has tossed their suit out. There's a remaining 30 school districts from the 2024 lawsuit, including Kingsville, which has the lowest ranking of all, who's the lead plaintiff, an F. So Senate Bill 1962 will ensure that A through F ratings will be issued, provide benefits that come from public accountability, removes the grounds for challenging these suits that have we seen in recent lawsuits, prohibit taxpayer funds from being used to pay for these lawsuits. And a school district that does not file, we have various sets of accountability, but I'm, Mr. President, happy to announce we've got 4 amendments that we'll be laying out that I've actually passed by Senator West and expect some comments on that talk about changes to the bill. So with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1962.
Senator Bettencourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1962. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1962. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1962 relating to the assessment of public school students, public school accountability, and actions and proceedings challenging the operations of the public school system.
Following an amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 1 strikes some clauses that would have applied to districts who join the E through F lawsuits to avoid interventions. Effectively, we want to, working with all the stakeholders on this, we want the focus of this bill to be educating our children. So with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment speaks to a requirement that had legal fees being paid to attorneys representing the school district in the suit to be put in escrow. Since these are going to be private monies, there's no reason to have the escrow account because that's not a good use of any limitation. So we're removing that, and I move adoption of floor amendment number 2.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 2? Is there objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment places a requirement that the commissioner shall appoint a conservator to...
Senator, if you can hold just a minute, we're actually going to read the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Floor amendment number 3 by Bettencourt.
Okay, Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment replaces the requirement that the commissioner shall appoint a conservator to a school district or a charter school that files suit against the state with the commissioner may appoint a conservator. I move adoption of floor amendment number 3.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 3? Is there objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment clears up a technical glitch. Senator Colcourse, what happened is that charter schools were told to operate by the TA during the period of time without any ratings. So this amendment plugs that hole because we had to make sure that once the ratings are released, that charter schools continue to operate their performance agreements executed with the Texas Education Agency. I move adoption of floor amendment number 4.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 4? Is there objection? Hold on. Senator West, for what purpose?
Oh, I need to question my friend about these amendments. They kind of went...
Senator Bettencourt, you yield.
That's right. Certainly.
Now, what does this amendment do again?
This one, amendment number 4, that's right. We're 4 for 4 with these amendments, Senator West. This amendment basically closes the loophole. Charter schools were told by TA to operate without an A through F system. So this brings that back to the fact that since they were told to operate, it won't be held against them on their performance agreements with TA.
Okay, I think this one is a good amendment.
Well, you like this amendment?
This one. I missed those other bad ones, but okay.
Okay, well, we can retro the others later.
We can talk about it later.
All right, thank you, Senator West.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 4? Is there objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1962.
Senator Bettencourt moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 75.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members, for the opportunity to lay out Senate Bill 75 with the purpose of establishing the Texas Grid Security Commission to create a statewide plan for all hazards resilience to protect the Texas electric grid. I've been asked many times, why am I so passionate and persistent about trying to protect our electrical grid from both natural and man-made threats? The answer is real simple. Electricity is the second most important thing to sustaining life as we know it today. Only air is more important. We will live longer without food and water than we will without electricity, because without electricity there will be no water, no fuel, no food or anything else. And protecting our electrical grid is 100% nonpartisan. If lights go out, there is no discrimination. They will be out for everyone. And I know you understand this fact because every session I have filed this bill, and there has consistently been bipartisan support for it. Last session, it was voted out of the Senate 30-0, and this bill currently has 28 joint and co-authors. However, two significant changes have taken place since then. The Center for Pulse Power at Texas Tech in Lubbock is deeply involved in DoD EMP research directly related to the objectives of this bill. The Texas Grid Security Task Force is effectively created by Executive Order GA-49, led by the Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDEM, and Chief NIMKID submitted their first report identifying the security of the Texas grid as our #1 critical infrastructure that must be protected. Texas Tech says that Senate Bill 75 identifies the growing issues and vulnerabilities in Texas's electrical grid that threatens Texas resiliency and are posed to harm Texas. The Texas Tech University Center for Pulse Power and Power Electronics has a deep specialization in developing electromagnetic sources and electromagnetic pulse simulators that serve as a central source at state-of-the-art EMP qualification facilities across the nation. The TTU Global Laboratory for Energy Assets Management and Manufacturing, known as GLEAM, is a one-of-a-kind megawatt-class microgrid facility dedicated to studying and advancing power flow control and threat mitigation. This report formally recognizes, despite the many changes made to Texas policy over the last 10 years, the electric grid remains vulnerable to a wide range of both natural and man-made existing threats, including cyber attacks, malware, electromagnetic pulse, geomagnetic disturbances that would at best disrupt the grid and at worst cause the entire grid to go down. Furthermore, Texas-sized growth continues to overwhelm all sectors of our industry, causing extreme stress on electric supply and demand. Electric outages threaten not only individual safety, but also elderly, vulnerable, and underprivileged communities who bear disproportionate environmental, health, and financial burdens when facilities are taken offline. Namely, chemical plants and refineries can become environmental disaster areas due to loss of electricity. As evidenced by the February 2021 power outages that led to tragic outcomes, including loss of life, economic damage, and environmental violations, the electric grid is essential for the functioning of 16 critical infrastructures sectors as identified in Presidential Directive Critical Infrastructure Security Resilience, PPD 21. This and other critical weather events have raised an outcry across Texas about the state's preparedness and resiliency in managing power distribution and weather-related risk. If past history is not enough, consider the plethora of new articles warning of the threat of our adversaries and the environment. In 2021, Forbes published, China has first strike capability to melt U.S. power grid with electromagnetic pulse. And many recent news sources have reported on the solar storm warnings that could affect the hurricane weakening power grid of the states. Texas has recognized its responsibility to take an active and meaningful role in protecting our grid through the formal establishment of the Texas Grid Security Through the work of the Grid Security Commission, a statewide plan for all hazards resiliency to protect the grid would provide substantial short-term and long-term economic benefits that would far exceed even the most optimistic estimates of the conventional economic incentives provided by tax abatements to attract businesses to the state. What this bill will do, it will codify the Texas Grid Security Commission under the direction of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, TDEM, to evaluate all hazards to the ERCOT electric grid, vulnerabilities of essential services for municipalities. This bill would ensure the confidentiality of information provided for an assessment of vulnerabilities by requiring the information to be maintained at ERCOT and that it be accessible only to individuals with appropriate security clearances. The Grid Security Commission would be required to develop standards and recommend a plan to harden critical infrastructures in the state, to make a resilient grid by evaluating current critical infrastructure protection standards. The Commission will also evaluate the resiliency of essential service systems of municipalities, develop standards, and recommend a plan for resilient communities to provide citizens with reliable service in the event of a long-term power outage and a path towards expedient electrical and economic recovery. They would create a statewide plan for protection from catastrophic loss of power, establish resiliency standards for microgrids, and require certifications that microgrids meet these standards, and develop a recommended timeline to implement the plan for the protection of all hazards and resiliency standards for municipalities. And lastly, the Public Utility Commission's ERCOT and the Railroad Commission would oversee the implementation of the plan by validating that the recommendations of the Grid Security Commission are implemented as specified in the timeline, and to bring tracking compliance within 6 months after the plan is submitted to the legislature. The only difference to this bill and the one you passed unanimously last session is that we added Section 7 to the Grid Security Commission membership to include any other representatives of a state agency, board, commission, or organized volunteer group at the discretion of the Security Commission's presiding officer. This small change aligns the commission membership with the TDEM task force convened by Governor Abbott's executive order GA 49. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 75. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 75. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 75, relating to the resilience of the electric grid in certain municipalities.
Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hall moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 75. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 75, relating to the resilience of the electric grid in certain municipalities.
Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 75.
Senator Hall moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 75. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1646.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, 1646 is the result of stakeholder conversations over the past 18 months on how to address copper theft from critical infrastructures. And at these places, these for telecommunications, they may only be stealing $500 or $600 worth of copper, but at the same time, they shut down communications for hospitals, for 911 systems, for traffic lights, for hundreds of thousands of people at a time in some cases. The only opposition registered to the bill was from the metal recycling entities, and I have an agreed amendment to address their concerns that will bring them to being neutral on the bill. Every Texas Metroplex is reporting a surge in these copper thefts. DFW, they're up 545%. The 1646 combats copper theft in 3 ways. It prohibits the possession of copper telecommunications material by unauthorized possessors. Law enforcement stops a truck. The back end's full of copper, but they can't do anything about it because it's legal to possess it. It enhances criminal penalties for damaging or destroying critical infrastructure, including copper communications wire and equipment for 9/11 services. And it requires the metal recycling entities to record business-to-business transactions and prohibits these metal recycling entities from purchasing copper communications wire from unlicensed businesses. And with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1646. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1646. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1646 relating to criminal conduct involving the theft or unauthorized possession of copper or brass.
Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by King.
Senator King, you're recognized.
This amendment does several things. Primarily, it narrows the definition of copper or brass materials for the purposes of the bill. It brings the metal recycling entities to a neutral position on the bill, and again, they were the only ones registered in opposition. I would move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator King moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1646. Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1646 relating to criminal conduct involving the theft or unauthorized possession of copper or brass.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1646. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SB 2122.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2122 relating to imposition of application fees for certain permits and permit amendments for the disposal of oil and gas waste. Members, this is a companion to House Bill 3151 by Representative Drew Darby. The Railroad Commission members requested this bill to modernize its permitting fee structure and ensure adequate funding for environmental oversight. It would strengthen the agency's ability to oversee environment permits and compliance while ensuring a more efficient, customer-focused process. Generally then, Senate Bill 2122 would remove outdated language in the Natural Resources Code, authorize the Railroad Commission to collect permit application fees, and there will be a floor amendment that simply aligns the bill with a House companion, House Bill 3151, by adding definitions and adding oil and gas waste to clarify permit type. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on SB 2122. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 7 nays and 24 ayes, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2122. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2122 relating to imposition of application fees for certain permits and permit amendments for the disposal of oil and gas waste.
Senators, there is an amendment. Senator Zaffarini is recognized. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the amendment I referenced in the opening remarks. These are changes that would align Senate Bill 2122 with a House companion, House Bill 3158 by Representative Darby, by adding definitions and adding oil and gas waste to clarify permit types. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 24 ayes and 7 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Members, there is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on 3rd reading and final passage. I'm sorry, Senator, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Sorry, guys, hadn't been up here in a few weeks. Got to get back in the swing of things. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2122 relating to imposition of application fees for certain permits and permit amendments for the disposal of oil and gas waste.
Okay, members, I'm back on track here. Sorry about that. There is a motion for final passage. Is there objection? Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
Being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
No credit to the presiding officer. Senator Flores is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1099.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1099. Members, the crisis at the border has caused increases in crime throughout the state. Senate Bill 1099 addresses the issue of criminal offenses committed by illegal or unauthorized aliens by increasing the penalties for such offenses. Specifically, the bill amends existing law to ensure that if a defendant is found to be an illegal or unauthorized alien at the time of committing a felony offense, the punishment is elevated to the next highest category of offense. Senate Bill 1099 amends Chapter 42 of the Code of Criminal Procedure by adding Article 42.01992. This new article establishes a requirement for a judge to make an affirmative finding of fact that it is determined beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was an illegal alien at the time of the offense. This finding must be entered into the judgment of the case. Members, the bill amends the Penal Code by adding Section 12.503. This new section specifies that if an affirmative finding under Article 42.01992 is made at the trial of a felony, and that's a 3G murder, kidnapping, trafficking, sexual offenses, aggravated robbery offense other than a capital felony, the punishment for the offense is increased to the punishment prescribed for the next highest category. If the offense is punishable as a felony of the first degree, the minimum term for imprisonment is increased to 15 years unless another provision of law provides for a longer minimum term. This legislative change is intended to act as a deterrent and to ensure that legal consequences for aliens committing crimes are more severe, reflecting the state's stance on maintaining public safety and legal order. Senate Bill 1099 will protect all Texans and ensure that they are not receiving unbalanced justice. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Blanco, for what purpose?
Questions for the author.
Senator Flores, do you yield?
I do yield.
Thank you, Senator Flores. Got a couple of questions for you. I just want to clarify, your bill says it only applies to offenses in Article 42.04A, is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
So when I look at those offenses in that section, we're talking about pretty serious violent felony offenses, right?
We're talking about the most violent and serious felonies in the code.
As I read it, it says murder, capital murder, aggravated kidnapping, trafficking of persons, continuous trafficking of persons, indecency with a child, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, injury to a child, elderly, or disabled individual, aggravated robbery, burglary, aggravated promotion of prostitution, compelling prostitution, possession or promotion of child pornography. Does this list sound accurate for the offenses that your bill is going to apply to?
Yes, it does, Senator, and that's where we are targeting the worst of the worst, committing heinous offenses to people in Texas, and that's what we're addressing. Yes, sir.
And the bill says upon conviction of one of these violent offenses and a finding that the defendant is in the country illegally, they will receive a step up in punishment to the next category. Is that correct?
That is correct, and of course that also includes an affirmative finding by the judge, which due process.
Right. So this bill does not criminalize any other immigrants. Is that correct?
It does not penalize like you have a traffic offense. It does not penalize anyone who's here that is in the process from the federal government is going through a legal process. It does not address that. It just addresses the ones that are going around that system that are here in the pure premise of being illegal in the first place.
Is it accurate to say that these criminals often prey upon immigrants in the community as well?
They prey upon anyone that's there as an opportunity, no matter whether you're rich and poor, brown, black, white, little towns, big towns. A lot of folks come to us to immigrate legally, like my great-grandfather did, because we're the land of opportunity. But to the people targeted by this bill are here for the land of criminal opportunity and are here to prey upon us, and that's what this bill is addressing.
Well, Senator, I appreciate you taking my questions. I think you've got a good bill, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading, committee substitute, Senate Bill 1099. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1099, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for certain offenses committed by an illegal alien.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Flores moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. And we'll hold it there for today.
He can suspend.
Back up. Senator Flores is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule. The bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the 3-day rule is suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute to Senate Bill 1099. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1099 relating to increasing the criminal penalty for certain offenses committed by an illegal alien.
Senator Flores, you are recognized for a motion.
I move final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1099.
Senator Flores moves final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1099. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 964.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 964. Senators, this is about driver licenses for non-citizens. Now, to be clear, as we know, in Texas, people here illegally cannot get driver licenses. We're not changing that, of course. In some states, people here illegally can get driver licenses. That is not the law in Texas, nor should it be. However, if in Texas you are a legal resident, you might be here on a student visa or a work visa, you're in Texas, in America, legally, but not a citizen, those folks can get driver licenses. And so the question has arisen, if a non-citizen ends up on the voter rolls, whether because they checked the box and filled out the form not knowing, maybe someone gave them a voter registration form already filled out and they signed it, or whatever reason, or even intentionally, if a non-citizen ends up on the voter rolls and they show up to vote, they'll be asked for their driver license under our voter ID laws. Under Texas law today, the driver license held by a legal resident who is not a citizen looks just like a driver license held by a citizen. And so here's what Senate Bill 964 would do. Resolves this issue by requiring that a license, driver licenses and personal ID certificates issued to non-citizens, folks who are here legally but not citizens by the DPS, they will do two things. Those will say not eligible to vote, and they'll be oriented vertically like driver licenses are for those who are under 21. This is only for people who are here legally but are not U.S. citizens, so as to avoid any confusion about the right to vote. And that's all the bill does, and I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator Hughes, yield for some questions.
Will Senator yield?
Of course I'll yield, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hughes, just a point of clarification. If you are a legal resident, but not a U.S. citizen, you qualify for a driver's license. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And there have been situations where you have someone who is a legal resident and by mistake votes, and then they challenge the vote and they put it under, I forgot the name of, set aside those votes that are not counted by...
Like a provisional ballot, maybe, or...
Thank you, a
yes,
provisional
sir.
ballot. But the way the committee substitute Senate Bill 964 has on the ID card that not legally or unable to vote or not...
It would say not eligible to vote. Yes, sir.
If it says not eligible to vote, if that person anyway, by mistake, went and offered and went to vote, and they place that person in provisional ballot because he's got an ID says not eligible to vote, could that person be prosecuted, or is this a way to maybe help that person not get prosecuted?
Well, Senator, that's a great question. So this bill would not change the law on whether that person who voted broke the law. Hopefully this would prevent them, because when you go vote and you show your driver license, the election worker would see this driver license is oriented vertically, not horizontally, and it says not eligible to vote. So the hope is that if this bill passes, that person we're talking about, they would be prevented from voting and prevented from breaking the law. But if they did vote, they could still be held accountable. This law doesn't make that any better or worse. It just hopefully prevents it from happening.
Could it possibly also identify a certain class of residents where if they're stopped by law enforcement, let's say for a traffic violation, it is potentially they could mean that they could be asked extra questions, extra scrutiny from the law enforcement officer?
Well, Senator, we always have to think about that. As you know, Texas has implemented Real ID. So if you have a driver license in Texas, your immigration status has been verified. You're either a citizen or you are here legally but not a citizen. So if you have a Texas driver license, the officer knows that you're here legally. So this shouldn't affect that, but it would, in the situation you described, it would keep that person hopefully from being able to vote.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Will the author yield?
Of course, I'll yield, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Did you have a vertical license at any point?
Senator, I'm so old that they hadn't done the vertical license thing before I was old enough to have a 21-year-old license. You probably did, respectfully. I did not.
I'm even younger than Senator Middleton. So, yes, I had a vertical license. And I can tell you it was a status symbol to have the horizontal one.
Yes, ma'am.
We were very jealous of the people who had the horizontal one. The second you turned 21, you went to go get it. If you still had one after you turned 21, you were made fun of. And I just say that to say there's a lot of times that people show their ID, and this could have real consequences. And that's a kind of funny social example, but I'm kind of worried about some of the other examples, and I'm glad Senator Hinojosa brought it up. Can we agree that there are pretty serious racial disparities in the way that traffic stops can play out for folks, meaning that black and brown folks are arrested at a higher rate after a traffic stop, wrongfully pulled over? Can we agree that those racial disparities exist?
Senator, there are numbers, there are studies on that, and we see those numbers. Yes, ma'am. And of course, respectfully, as you know, this bill is about whether someone is a citizen. So those non-citizens could be of European descent, or Asian, or Hispanic, or a whole array of folks. But the question would be, not their race or ethnicity, but their status as a citizen.
So I guess I'm just saying that even people who are born and raised here experience different interactions with law enforcement during traffic stops. Are you concerned that marking somebody might also have implications for how they're treated by law enforcement and otherwise things that would be routine for you and me?
Well, Senator, I would say this. Every holder of a Texas driver license has had their citizenship status verified. Texas implemented Real ID years ago. And so if you have a driver license in Texas, you are either a U.S. citizen or you are here legally. So, and every law enforcement officer is trained on that. So I believe that addresses that concern.
But even with all these rules in place, people who are born and raised here still get treated differently sometimes. Could a mark on a license not also have that effect for somebody when they're interacting with law enforcement?
Well, Senator, we have to consider every possibility. We believe this bill will definitely have an effect on people who are not citizens being able to vote, since it'll say not eligible to vote. And that's really what the bill is about.
My concerns still remain, but thank you for answering those questions. Is it also correct that non-immigrants, someone here on a visa, for example, already actually receives an ID marked as limited term?
I didn't catch the first part. I'm so sorry. Would you ask that one more time?
Folks who are here on a visa would already receive an ID marked with limited term.
Depending on the type of visa they have, and I'm not an immigration lawyer, but from what we've read and from what DPS has told us, it depends on the visa. You can be a legal permanent resident, not a citizen, but a legal permanent resident, and have a driver license that looks just like your driver license, your horizontal driver license, or it depends on the type of visa that you have.
So your bill is pretty singularly focused on communities who have moved here to work for a better life, contribute to our society, follow the rules, and are making the steps towards citizenship.
And have not yet achieved that wonderful blessing that you and I were born with of U.S. citizenship. You're right.
But they will be marked separately on an ID that is used for things completely other than voting.
That's right. They don't have the right to vote in U.S. elections. We could probably generalize and say this group of people, they're glad to be in America, and they're becoming part of the process. And I suspect many or most of these people are working on their citizenship or wish to become citizens. And when they do, they'll have that horizontal driver license like you and I were talking about that to aspire to. But for folks that are not U.S. citizens, this is important when it comes to the right to vote.
And what happens to somebody who has their naturalization ceremony and doesn't have time to get a new ID and then it's time to vote?
They would go and vote, and the election worker would see this, and then there would be a process for those folks to verify their U.S. citizenship. They could show their naturalization papers, they could show whatever documentation they have, a passport, a U.S. passport, anything like that.
And we're relying on those election workers who put in like 24 hours on election day, putting in service for all of us to go and process all of that in front of everybody.
Well, the law today, as you know, with provisional ballots, allows for processes like that. So there are already rules in place when there's a question about someone's status. What this bill is about is making sure that election worker who's working those long hours is aware that the person presenting a driver license is not shown as being a U.S. citizen.
And would you agree that a state ID is used, a driver's license is used for a lot of things other than voting?
Oh, yes.
I think we covered
yes,
a little
definitely.
bit of that. Including things like going to the bank and getting a loan.
Yes, that's right.
Would you agree that we've had some pretty troubling history with folks trying to get a loan and being treated differently for various reasons, either because of where they're from or what they look like in the past and also really into the present?
Well, Senator, those are matters that we grapple with, we're going to deal with. Again, I would say respectfully, if we're talking about the way a person looks or the color of their skin, that's a completely separate issue from what's on their driver license. Folks can be native-born American citizens or naturalized American citizens and be various ethnicities and races. This is about folks who are not yet citizens but have a driver license.
And so every time they show that card to buy alcohol, to, go in spaces that are age restricted, they are going to, they're going to show that ID to every single lay person they come across, and they're going to know that they're an immigrant.
And they're going to know that they're what?
That they're an immigrant.
If someone looks at the driver license and sees it says not eligible to vote, they might put those pieces together. Because only citizens, I know we agree, only U.S. citizens have that right to vote.
Okay. We have pretty stringent processes in place to make sure that the folks who are allowed to vote get to and the folks who aren't allowed to vote don't get to. I've got a lot of fears about how this could result in treatment for people on a day-to-day basis because we are marking their ID separately. And that just gives me a lot of concerns, and I really appreciate you answering my questions.
No, thank you, Senator. I understand.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 964. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, take a vote.
There being 22 yeas and 9 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute to Senate Bill 964. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 964, relating to the appearance of a personal identification certificate or driver's license issued to a person who is not a citizen of the United States.
Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 22 ayes and 9 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hughes? We'll hold it there for today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Huffman is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 552.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 552. Members, regular community supervision, deferred adjudication community supervision, and community supervision for state jail felonies are 3 different forms of post-conviction community supervision programs in the state. Certain individuals are not eligible to participate in these programs, including those convicted of crimes if you're sentenced to more than 10 years, certain violent offenses, especially those against children, repeat offenses of specific types, DWI under certain conditions, and drug offenses with prior conviction for similar offenses. So these are exclusions that have been, carved out over time. Senate Bill 552 would amend the Code of Criminal Procedure by adding illegal aliens, as defined by the bill, as ineligible for judge-ordered or jury-recommended community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision. I will have a floor amendment that adjusts the definition of illegal alien who are eligible under this bill. It will basically add anyone who is, carves out anyone who has attained and maintained legal status before the date of the commission of the offense. So the language would mirror that's in Senator Flores' bill, which he passed out, in the last 30 minutes, which had an increased penalty for certain violent offenders who are illegal aliens. So the definitions will match, and I believe the House has a similar definition. I will say, because these individuals entered the country illegally, the state should not use our limited resources to fund their early release and enable these offenders to re-enter our community. Under Senate Bill 1, which is the state budget, the state allocates about $753 million to adult probation and rehab services. This number is almost a $150 million increase from last session. These limited resources should be reserved for Texas citizens, or those citizens of this country, I should say. So I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 552. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 552. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 552, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision.
There is an amendment. Senator Huffman, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, members. This is the amendment I referred
Correction, I'm sorry. The Secretary will read the amendment. Apologies.
Floor amendment number 1 by Huffman.
Now you're recognized.
Thank you, members. This is the amendment I mentioned in my layout. It basically just adds to the definition of illegal alien those that did not attain and maintain legal status before the date of the commission of the offense, to take in to make sure that someone who had achieved a visa status or something in that time period would not be carved into the bill unintentionally. It does match Senator Flores' definition. I move adoption.
Members, is there any objection to adoption of the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Huffman is recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of the Senate Bill 552.
Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment.
Thank you, members.
We'll hold it there for today.
Yes.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing, Mr. President. I move suspension of Senate Rule 5.14, the intent calendar rule, in order to move the intent calendar deadline to 6:00 p.m. today. I further move that the rule be suspended to allow the Secretary of the Senate to make the calendar available as soon as practicable. Motion by Zaffarini.
Members, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1177.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1177. Mr. President, members, on August the 14th of last year, a Houston Independent School District middle school student experienced a fatal medical emergency. Unfortunately, the automated external defibrillator, the AED, present on campus was not functional, which resulted in the tragic passing of the student. This bill requires the inspection of all school AEDs during a routine fire inspection. The inspection will not include other items such as vaccine or other over-the-counter medications to be included in that inspection. Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1177. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute to Senate Bill 1177. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1177 relating to fire safety inspections at public and private schools.
Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Alvarado moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute to Senate Bill 1177. The clerk will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1177, relating to fire safety inspections at public and private schools.
Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Senator Alvarado moves final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1177. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, members and Mr. President.
Senator Nichols is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2226.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, many general aviation airports do not have adequate funding for their airport sponsor, especially those in economically disadvantaged counties. Many of these airports cannot qualify for federal funding to make up the 10% share because they are not part of the Federal Aviation Administration's national plan. But that is the only general aviation airport. This bill would lower the local match requirement from 10% to 5% to qualify for state grants or loan funding for general aviation airports in Texas that are located in economically disadvantaged counties. And we define that in transportation code as counties that meet 3 tests. They have below average per capita taxable property values. They have below average per capita income and above average unemployment. And with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 2226.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2226. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2226. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2226, relating to requirements for loans or grants provided by the Texas Transportation Commission to aviation facilities located in economically disadvantaged counties.
Senator Nichols is recognized for a motion.
I move passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 2226.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 2226. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2226. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2226, relating to requirements for loans or grants provided by the Texas Transportation Commission to aviation facilities located in economically disadvantaged counties.
Senator Nichols is recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 2226.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of Senate Bill 2226. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 926.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And members, committee substitute Senate Bill 926, the Texas Employer would like to be able to utilize health insurance plans for their employees that are not only basic information, but also provide physician costs, but also how to meet national recognized quality care standards in order to incentivize the patient to choose the best health care options for them. The legislation allows HMOs, EPOs, and PPO plans to use incentives through modified deductibles, co-payments, co-insurance, and other cost-sharing provisions. The bill also creates a fiduciary duty so that these products or benefits to the enrollee and group contract holder and ensures against self-dealing. Senate Bill 926 modernizes the Texas Insurance Code to allow patients to shop for lower cost insurance options. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 926. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute to Senate Bill 926. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 926, relating to certain practices of health benefit plan issuers to encourage the use of certain physicians and healthcare providers and rank physicians.
There is an amendment. Senator Hancock, the secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hancock.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This amendment addresses two issues. One of them that are unique to the healthcare area. One of them is regarding emergency care services. And Senator Cook brought up this concern and recognized that this is a unique situation where steering patients in a certain direction would not be something we would want to do at this point. The other one is with vision care plans, and so optometrists, which are already really most folks are already shopping for the one that's best for them in this area. So this exempts those two areas, and I move adoption of the amendment.
Members, is there any objection to adoption of the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Yes, Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hancock moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute to Senate Bill 926. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 926, relating to certain practices of health benefit plan issuers to encourage the use of certain physicians and healthcare providers and ranked physicians.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 926. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chair lays out the following resolutions. Secretary will read the resolutions.
SR 413 by Miles, SR 415 by Blanco.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Ayes have it. All 8 of you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, excuse me, 13. Senator Swertner, you're recognized. Suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 3030.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Mr. President, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute to Senate Bill 30. Members, in 2003, this legislature passed House Bill 4, the Tort Reform Bill, which included a one-sentence statute governing how medical costs are presented in civil lawsuits. This law provides that recovery of healthcare expenses in tort cases is limited to the amount actually paid or incurred by the plaintiff, commonly known as the paid or incurred statute. Over the past decades, certain plaintiff attorneys have expanded efforts to present inflated medical charges to enhance incurred medical bills beyond what is reasonable by colluding with affiliated healthcare providers who overdiagnose, overbill, and overtreat, what I term the medical mill. Further, these enterprising attorneys often manipulate the discovery process that distorts the balanced collection of evidence during the trial. In addition, in further complicating tort cases, jury instructions have ambiguous provisions that allow plaintiff attorneys to easily prejudice a jury's calculations, often leading to exorbitant compensatory awards. These factors have led to a fundamental unfairness in civil trials over torts and created an unstable legal environment that is driving up costs for Texas families and businesses. This bill, Senate Bill 30, addresses these concerns by first limiting the admissibility of artificially inflated incurred medical costs. Second, by clarifying non-economic damages. And by third, standardizing trial protocols and jury instructions statewide to allow for uniform application of the law. Members, Senate Bill 30 will restore fairness and transparency in civil trials, stabilize the currently volatile legal environment, and return reasonable insurability to Texas families and businesses. Most importantly, it maintains a just and fair tort system that allows for the proper redress of individuals wronged. As I've already distributed, there will be several amendments that further clarify the definitions of non-economic damages, as well as maintain the rules of evidence as a standard for evidence admissibility in trial. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
A few people would like to chat with you. Senator Huffman, what purpose?
Question the author of the legislation.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Swertner, just in a couple of questions about kind of overview of your legislation. You know, we talk a lot about the criminal justice system, and I think we've had several bills in here today that we were talking about various aspects, Senator Flores and so forth, about the criminal justice system. But sometimes we forget that there's also a civil justice system, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For various types of wrongs and torts, whether they're intentional or negligent or from defective products, for instance.
And would you agree with me that just like in the criminal justice system, where we work very hard to protect the rights of the defendant, the accused, but also work very hard to protect the victim and make sure that there's justice, that there's two sides to the system that both have extremely important rights, and that we as legislatures have to work very hard to preserve those rights on both sides. Would you agree with me on that?
I agree with you completely. The system has to be fair and consistent and represent the upholding of the rights of both those, in this case, the defendant and the plaintiff, to where the finders of fact, the jury, can have a outcome that is based on the evidence and is appropriate for the alleged act.
So, of course, we're extremely concerned about the rights and the repercussions of the system to those who have been harmed, especially by egregious negligence or other forms of torts that have inflicted great harm. That's one side of the coin, but the other side is also the businesses, the small businesses, those who are drawn into a system that literally can crush them economically and create economic hardship for other Texans, whether it be through increased insurance premiums or other results of abusive lawsuits. Is that fair that there's two sides to look at?
Absolutely. You know, it's obviously the concerns of those that have been wronged in a case to seek just and fair compensation, but also the societal concern about a legal system that is transparent, that allows for the introduction of all evidence, so that those individuals of our peers, the jury of our peers, can make an informed decision regarding that trial.
And you and I, we've had personal discussions about this bill, and we both, and I'll say this publicly, we both have had great concerns about Texans or others that have been in the state who have been egregiously harmed and disfigured and hurt by negligence. And part of this bill is to make sure that they have just compensation. Is that a fair statement?
It is. It is extremely important that the system we have here in Texas maintains a just and fair system for all parties, those injured as well as the defendants, regarding the introduction of evidence and the ultimate conclusion by the jury regarding the culpability and the award subsequently awarded.
Do you feel like this legislation will bring more trust and certainty to the civil justice system, in the sense that it brings both a little bit of predictability when it comes to the admissibility of evidence and as it comes to the jury charges, and just the backbone of how the court system works, how the trial works? Do you feel like this bill will bring that type of trust and certainty to the trials of these types of cases?
I think the uniform application of laws during a trial will certainly enhance the tort system here in Texas.
Do you still equally feel that this bill would allow those who have been horribly harmed to receive a just and fair compensation when they have been greatly harmed in whatever shape or form that may be?
100%. There are no limits on the awards that a jury can impose at the end of a case regarding non-economic damages or economic damages. And of course, there are punitive damages on top of that if there's a unanimous verdict in the case of a civil tort case.
All right. Thank you for your work on this, Senator Schwertner. And you've listened to many stakeholders. You've listened to many senators. A lot of people had different viewpoints, but I think we're all trying to achieve a fair, balanced, and predictable civil justice system. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Zaffarino, what purpose?
Questions of the author of the bill?
Do you yield?
I yield, yes.
Thank you. Senator Schwertner, we had approximately 40 persons register against the bill. And I asked you in committee how you would listen to them and how you would work with them. And I believe later you said that there was a compromise. Could you explain how a compromise was reached with these people? I'm talking about the 40 people who testified against the bill.
Well, I certainly listened to all the testimony, the 7 hours of testimony, and continued to work and listen to members on this floor, as well as members across the Capitol Rotunda, and stakeholders and their associations. There were aspects of the bill as introduced that put in various provisions that were fairly unreceived, called remititure, for instance, and thresholds for various awarding of non-economic damages. Those were extracted from this bill. Other aspects of the bill regarding how various definitions were refined are also in this bill as a committee substitute, but also with the floor amendment. So I think it is a very holistic approach that I have tried to undertake in fashioning a bill that reforms our civil justice system here in Texas, that again addresses the concerns brought about by runaway medical costs leading to very large verdicts, and the rights of those that have been injured, as well as the rights of the defendants when it comes to tort cases.
Thank you. You also heard from some of the victims of abuse, especially sexual abuse, and some of their families. And some of the committee members, including Senators Paxton, Senators Betancourt, asked some very pertinent questions about victims of sexual abuse and how they would be treated. What changes did you make in the committee substitute or will be made by virtue of floor amendment to address those concerns, specifically about victims of sexual abuse?
Yes. When it comes to obviously tragic and terrible occurrences and wrongs like that, I wanted to make it explicitly clear in the non-economic definition section that sexual abuse was clearly recognized under the physical pain and suffering and mental and emotional pain and anguish sections. And so those have been refined, and you'll see that in the amendment, which has already been distributed, of course, to the members on this floor.
Thank you so much. On pages 7, lines 19 to 21, you address the issue of capping medical damages at Medicare rates. Given that providers often refuse to accept Medicare because of its below-market reimbursement rates, how does capping medical damages at 300% of the Medicare fee schedule ensure that plaintiffs can recover the actual reasonable cost of care provided by non-Medicare providers in the private market?
Well, this bill does not, if a bill has already been paid, that certainly is admissible as a economic expense in tort cases. Regarding the 300% of Medicare plus a cost of living adjustment, I think it is completely appropriate to address the inflated medical bills that are occurring in our civil justice system currently. Other states have done it. For instance, Florida capped it at 120% of Medicare. 300% of Medicare is very much a reasonable rate to set as the upper threshold for which a medical bill will be recognized in a personal injury case. Obviously, there are many different providers in Texas. I'm a provider. I know that rate is an extremely high rate, actually, relative to insurance rates, for instance, which are often Medicare plus a small percentage, 120%, 150%. So 300% of Medicare plus a cost of living allowance, an adjustment based upon inflation, is a reasonable and fair compensation methodology for those providers that are providing care to those that have been injured in a tort and receive compensation that is commensurate with them having to wait to receive that reimbursement till the conclusion of a trial and the awarding of a award, as well as the uncertainty associated with whether or not there will be an actual verdict there in the trial that would allow for an award.
Thank you. And at the committee hearing, both times that we heard this bill, first the bill and the second the committee substitute, you were very clear in saying that you were not talking about a 300% rate, but up to 300% reimbursement rate. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
It's not 300% across the
It
board.
is up to, if the bill is less than that, that's up to that provider to set that rate up to 300%. It's just that the court system would not only recognize up to 300%.
Thank you. And continuing on page 7, lines 23 to 31, doesn't using Medicare as a universal benchmark for damages conflict with the Texas Constitution's prohibition against arbitrary caps on economic damages, especially if the plaintiff never accessed care under that system?
Yes, I appreciate that question. That issue has been raised. There's case law, Texas Supreme Court case law, that very clearly substantiates that it is allowed. The 2021 K&L Auto Crushers case, as well as the 2018 Texas Supreme Court case of Fort Worth Transportation Authority versus Rodriguez, both affirm that and uphold that the upper threshold limitation placed in this bill is constitutional under Article 3.
Thank you. How does this bill accommodate rapidly rising healthcare inflation when future damages are locked to Medicare rates on the date of trial, which may significantly understate the true cost of long-term care?
Well, it's as of May 1st, 2025 in the bill, as far as the Medicare fee schedule, adjusted for inflation. That's one of the amendments. And so the adjustment for inflation was the compromise regarding time and elevation of healthcare costs over time.
Thank you. Also on page 7, you address the issue of admissibility and clean claim billing. Doesn't requiring a clean claim format meant for insurance reimbursement purposes for admissibility of medical bills in court create procedural traps to exclude evidence?
No, I think it makes it standardized and uniform so that everybody can understand what is being billed. We have to do that as a provider when we submit charges to a health insurance, and I think it is quite reasonable that plaintiff attorney firms and the affiliated providers of those plaintiff attorney firms submit in the same manner.
Thank you. Earlier in the bill on page 3, lines 25 to 39, you address the issue of restricting non-economic damages, specifically for mental anguish and pain. Doesn't consolidating distinct harms such as disfigurement, physical impairment, and loss of consortium into narrow definitions thwart the juror's ability to evaluate the full scope of a plaintiff's injury?
No, not at all. I believe the current methodology leads to a irregularity and disparity of how awards are conducted regarding non-economic damages, and further clarifying them by having physical pain and suffering and mental and emotional pain and anguish as two big categories with definitions and further clarification underneath those two large categories. And then instruction to the jury allows for a uniform application of law when it comes to personal injury and death cases.
Thank you. In that same section, what is the justification for requiring proof of substantial disruption in daily routine when evaluating mental anguish?
Yes, that's also changed in one of the amendments. It's going to change to instead of saying daily routine, to life. So it's a broader category that is more of an allowance. But I would actually say to you that the daily routine terminology is actually from a Supreme Court case that the Parkway County versus Woodruff case that clarified the emotional pain aspect and awarding of non-economic damages having to affect a daily routine. So there was concern about that terminology, and so I changed it. And I think instead of saying, instead of saying disruption in a person's daily routine, it will now say disruption in a person's life. So it's actually more lenient and expansive relative to the Supreme Court's ruling when it comes to mental pain and anguish.
Thank you. How would that standard impact survivors of sexual assault who may continue to function outwardly, but who have deep mental scars?
Well, I think it allows for full redress of the damage that has been caused to that individual. It in no way limits just and fair compensation for that individual.
Thank you so much. On page 2, lines 46 to 69, and page 3, line 1, you address the issue of discovery and trial testimony limits. Doesn't limiting a plaintiff's ability to conduct discovery or compel trial testimony from healthcare providers based solely on the filing of an affidavit preclude transparency and the right to challenge the opposing party's evidence?
Well, the affidavit came about because we didn't want to be, going back years and even decades ago, because we didn't want to be having to pull in all sorts of providers into a trial. And so the affidavit, if a provider signs an affidavit that that their charges are 300% of Medicare or less as adjusted by inflation, then they would not be pulled into the trial at all. So it maintains efficiency in the court system.
Thank you. On page 8, lines 6 to 21, you address the issue of burden shifting and fairness in discovery. Aren't you concerned that requiring disclosure of attorney referral patterns, financial relationships with providers, and anonymized patient list disproportionately burden low-income plaintiffs, particularly those who rely on letters of protection or who lack access to traditional insurance-based care?
No, I think that evidence is absolutely critical that the finders of fact, the jury, obtain. I think these kickback arrangements and inflated healthcare bills and statements and letters of protection and affiliated providers, that should be known. That is not something that should be hidden. That is causing increased and inflated healthcare medical bills that subsequently lead to the awarding of awards that at times are much larger than is appropriate relative to the tort, to the injury.
Thank you so much. On page 7, lines 32 to 37, how do you justify the evidentiary rule that awards $0 for service if it lacks an industry billing code, such as home modifications or certain mental health therapies, regardless of medical necessity or harm suffered?
Well, home modifications don't have a medical code. They're not a medical intervention. But psychological and counseling do have codes and would be actually reimbursed if submitted.
Thank you so much. Overall, based on the public policy and equity addressed in this bill, are you aware of any impact analysis that has estimated how many Texans, particularly low-income, uninsured, or rural residents, would be prevented from recovering their actual out-of-pocket medical expenses or non-economic damages under this bill?
Senator, I think the compensation for the medical bills is highly recognized in this piece of legislation, and that there would not be any medical bills that would not be that are appropriate medical bills that would not be actually paid for.
Thank you. And frankly, Senator, if you're concerned about inflated medical bills, why not improve safeguards against fraud or against abuse, rather than impose broad categorical restrictions that also penalize good faith plaintiffs with legitimate injuries?
Well, we have lots of various provisions regarding waste, fraud, and abuse in healthcare laws. This bill is a bill regarding the Civil Practices and Remedies Code, Section 18 and Section 41, regarding the admissibility of healthcare costs, medical bills, and then also the protocols and standardization for uniform application of law during a personal injury lawsuit, and the subsequent jury instructions regarding non-economic damages.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for answering the questions not only at our very lengthy committee hearings, both of them, but also today, and especially for giving us the information in advance so that we could look at it and prepare our questions accordingly.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Paxton, what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schwertner, for engaging in the dialogue with the members of the committee, with the members of this body. I recall very distinctly in the first hearing of the original bill that you said very clearly to all of us that you were wanting to get feedback from us as we listened to the testimony. And I know that you did listen to the witnesses very carefully. And I saw substantial changes between the original bill and the committee substitute. And I appreciate you circulating the amendments so that we could take a look at that and have some confidence about what this is going to look like in the end.
Thank you, Senator. Your input and the other members on the floor was vital in fashioning a bill that I think is appropriate for the state.
Some of these things have been touched on by Senator Zaffirini, but just for clarity, if you wouldn't mind just answering just a few questions about the differences between the committee substitute, which many people who are interested in the bill are familiar with, and the amendment, which is coming.
Right.
We talked a little bit about the 300% of Medicare, and one of the concerns was for individuals who might need long-term treatment, and so maybe something that would go on for 10 or 20 years, depending on their condition, and of course, during that time, they also would be aging, and so those are all things that would impact the cost of that care. And in the committee substitute, I believe that was indexed to today's Medicare rates, but that is not the case in the amendment. Is that correct?
It is indexed to inflation and indexed to today's Medicare rate as of May 1st, 2025. You have to pick a base to index something to. Medicare, the fee schedules of Medicare change on a yearly basis. There's a very complex process in which various providers go before Medicare and talk about how much time and difficulty it is to do a certain type of intervention. And the fee is changed on a yearly basis. Usually it's decreased. So sometimes basing it on something in the past is better because the fee schedules in the past were significantly higher for certain types of procedures than they are actually today. But you have to make a choice, and this bill sets the upper threshold for which a court would recognize medical bills at 300% of Medicare as of May 1st, 2025, indexed to inflation as measured by the CPI.
Well, thank you. I think that's significant to a lot of the folks that I've been talking with, knowing very clearly that it is indexed to inflation, because that's important to a lot of folks.
And thank you, Senator. And your point about a person severely injured with long-term health care costs, there's an awarding of compensatory damages in a personal injury case, a negligent case, for instance, or intentional tort. You have the economic and then you have the non-economic. And the economic damages can be quite significant. And of course, those are figured and calculated. There's obviously a guess aspect to it, right? You really don't know what someone's going to need if they have they're an amputee or paralyzed, for instance, 20 years from now or 40 years from now. But you have to make a decision as a court, as a jury, regarding economic damages and then non-economic damages. And the non-economic damages are classified in this bill as physical pain and suffering and mental and emotional pain and anguish, with the provisions, as people have looked at and studied already, regarding how those are further defined.
Well, thank you. Moving on to the things we talked about with matters that involve victims of sexual assault, victims of child sexual abuse. Specifically, there's sort of a saying among the folks that work with these survivors that not all wounds are visible. And we've talked about this in the committee. there is the language in the committee sub that requires an injury to be observable. And I believe that you made some changes with regard to that in the amendment. Could you address that?
Yes, under the physical pain and suffering portion of the definition of non-economic damages, there's been the addition of subsection 2, which very explicitly details that in cases of sexual assault or abuse is corroborated by medical evidence or a prior consistent statement. That is the justification for physical pain and suffering. So it highlights that, actually, and I think it is an important addition to the definition of physical pain and suffering portion of non-economic damages, and very clearly allows for victims of sexual abuse to be recognized by this definition.
And it also includes the recognition that sometimes the abuse or assault occurred some time ago, and there may not be existing medical evidence, but there are other types of evidence that are allowable in those kinds of cases that prove up the claim.
That's right. And again, very clearly, by medical evidence, if it's a recent, obviously, event, and not an and, but or a prior consistent statement.
Thank you. And of course, the wounds that are not visible are nowhere more prominent than when we talk about mental and emotional pain and anguish, especially for these kinds of survivors. In the committee substitute, there was the language that required the suffering to cause a substantial disruption in a person's daily routine. And I wondered if you would mind reiterating the replacement for that language.
Certainly. I will first tell you that that language came about because it is case law from a Supreme Court case regarding a tort and the mental and emotional aspect of non-economic damages. And the Supreme Court talked about how it needed to have a daily, affect a daily routine. That was, again, the Parkway versus Woodruff case, 1995. It was not, there was a lot of uneasiness regarding that particular provision. And so the amendment on the floor that will be addressing that will be changing daily routine to life. And just to read it very clearly for the entire body and those listening, mental or emotional pain or anguish means grievous or debilitating angst, distress, torment, or emotional suffering or turmoil that causes a substantial disruption in a person's life. The term includes mental or emotional pain or anguish arising from loss of consorption, loss of companionship in society, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, and physical impairment.
Thank you. I think that's so important for survivors of any kind of trauma, particularly sexual assault or child sexual abuse, but individuals who have experienced that or know and love people who have experienced that know very well that sometimes it isn't apparent that there is any change in a person's daily routine. They are going through the motions almost mechanically, but inside they're really struggling and they are experiencing tremendous mental anguish. And so I think it's a great example of not all wounds being visible, but I appreciate the change in the language. And also to that point, I wanted to point out that you had approached me about, given that many of these individuals, part of the recovery that they go through involves seeing a therapist or a counselor, and I believe that you added some language to that effect also in the amendment in the provider section.
That's right. In the provider section, there is a list that is not an exclusive list, but I thought it was pretty well delineated, and I thought it was extremely important that we added licensed professional counselors and psychologists. Psychiatrists are already MD or DOs, so they're already part of the physician part of that list, and so LPCs and psychologists were added.
Yes. Well, thank you, Senator Schwertner. I appreciate your attention to the concerns of the body, and I think it's much better for all of the input. But of course, we can give input all day, and if you are not willing to receive it, it doesn't really go anywhere. And we appreciate, I think I can speak for many of us, we appreciate that you receive the input so willingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schwertner. I was going over the types of non-economic damages your bill eliminates, and does it eliminate any non-economic damages? I believe you mentioned it did not.
It does not. It clarifies non-economic damages and really, I wouldn't say condenses, but redefines non-economic damages. As you know, Senator, non-economic damages do have a current definition in statute in Chapter 41 under Section 41.001, line 12, and the provisions, I won't read them all and compare them line by line, but the totality of the two are very similar. But I thought it was important that they be clarified in a more cohesive manner, so that when a jury is instructed and sent back regarding the delineation of an award, the award of one trial and judge might be to tell you to look at 10 different things. In this case, the instructions at the very end of the bill, you might see very clearly the last section, section 41.152,
on page
the jury
9.
Instructions.
Yes, on page 9.
Delineates what they should be contemplating when awarding non-economic damages, with the first four being applicable to almost all cases, the fifth and sixth really just to defamation cases. So
I'm glad you changed or refocused us on the pattern jury charge when asking the jury. Is the answers on page 9, lines 1 through 12. So the question that I have is, if there is evidence that the plaintiff has been horribly burned, when would a jury be asked about damages awarded for disfigurement? Why is disfigurement not included?
Disfigurement is included, Senator, under mental and emotional pain and anguish definition.
So the jury would have to say that if the...
And actually it would be under physical pain and suffering as well.
Okay. All right. So let's say we're going to ask them to include that under pain, suffering, and possibly mental and emotional.
It specifically says disfigurement under mental and emotional pain and anguish portion of the bill under subchapter A.
On page 9?
I'm looking at it's page 6, but I can look at it on the...
Yeah, I was looking at the jury instructions. That's why I was...
Oh, no, the jury instruction. No, what you have to do, Senator, is the jury instruction is physical pain and suffering, past and present, future pain and suffering, and past and present, or past and future mental and emotional pain or anguish.
Right.
Those have specific definitions in law currently, as well as under this bill. So you have to then refer back to the definitions of each one, which will be part of the jury instruction, of course, regarding the aspects of past and present physical pain and suffering, and past and future mental and emotional pain and anguish.
So would the same be true for impairment? If there was evidence that the plaintiff was seriously impaired, would that be the same as that?
Yes, that's also under the definition of mental and emotional pain and anguish.
And what page would I find that in your bill?
Senator, let me find that for you.
Sorry about that. I was just looking at the instructions for the jury.
It's page 3, Senator, and I'll find the line number. Yes, page 3, line 330, 30 and 31.
Okay, here we go. Mental and emotional pain, loss of disfigurement, physical impairment. Very good.
And then the physical pain and suffering is under line 32 of the bill, but it will again be adjusted with the amendments that I will be authoring and brought to the floor and have been discussing with Senator Zaffarini and Senator Braxton, and have been distributed already to the offices.
So there's been a question. I'm sure that in the deliberation and the working on this bill with all the parties that you've worked on, that you've been made aware of the Texas Supreme Court in Harris versus Smith. I think it was a case that was decided in 2002 where it held that it was harmful error to use jury questions that include elements of damages for which there's no evidence with the elements of damages that did have evidentiary support. Are you familiar with that case, Senator Shorten?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that case.
So the reason I bring it up is because it seems to me like the bill may do exactly what the Supreme Court said we shouldn't do, because one of the questions that comes up is how would a trial court or an appellate court going to review the jury's decision when the basis of this decision is not clear, because the types of damages are no longer asked about separately in light of the Harris versus Smith decision. Have you contemplated that?
Well, under the bill, the court shall provide the jury definitions and instructions required by this chapter and other law, and ask the jury, if appropriate, determine the amount of money that will fairly and reasonably compensate the claimant for, and again, it lists past and future physical pain and suffering, and past and future mental and emotional pain or anguish. Right now, Senator, one of the problems that we are addressing in this bill is the variability of jury instructions regarding how they tell a jury to delineate non-economic damages. Sometimes it is just the whole list and, put a number by whatever, or sometimes it's a checkbox of a 4x4 or an 8x8. So there's not uniform application of how the instructions are given to a jury.
Right.
And there's easily swaying of juries by plaintiff attorneys doing their job, trying to obtain an award, and the conflating of the awards regarding various categories. Sure. And so that's one thing this bill straightens out is jury instruction and the definitions of non-economic damages to where there's more uniform and consistent application during personal injury lawsuits.
Have you ever served on a jury, Senator?
I have not served on a jury, Senator.
Have you ever sat on a panel where the judges ask you, or the plaintiffs and the defendants ask questions of the potential jurors? Have you ever been?
I've witnessed that. I've not sat on one of those panels.
So many years ago, before I got involved in politics, I was a young, right out of college, and I got asked to jury duty. And what I was surprised by many of the questions that were presented to the jurors in terms of educational attainment, positions, this and that and the other. And I was disappointed by who was struck from the jury panel. And what concerns me, one of the things that concerns me is that if in your jury instructions, they just say to the jurors, past physical pain and suffering, future physical pain and suffering, all of these terms, I'm concerned, are they going to be handed the definitions that also say that will include, or are they just being told those points there and asked to assume what the definitions are?
Senator, it's clear in the last part of the bill that the court shall provide the jury definitions and instructions required by this chapter. Right now, they're not receiving that in a way that is consistent across the state of Texas. Each district court, I'm advised, does things slightly different when it comes to jury instructions and personal injury cases. I think that uniform application is necessary for the proper administration of justice in the state.
I don't disagree with that. I worry that we could be doing things that would potentially, it seems like you're trying to provide more clear instructions and standardized instructions, but I just want to make sure that we don't make it more difficult for people to get justice. And I appreciate you taking my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hagenbu, what purpose?
Next question, the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Swartner, thank you for all the work on this. You put a lot of effort into the bill and the amendments and things, I know. As a senator, but also as a businessman, I want to make sure I understand this. So I want to ask you a couple of questions. I think what you're trying to do in this bill is strike a balance in these trials, personal injury and other type trials, where there's a balance between the plaintiffs and the defendants where currently there's a real imbalance. Is that accurate?
I want a just and fair application of the law that allows for uniform application of the law during the trial and a compensatory award awarded for those that have been harmed that is commensurate with their injury when deciding economic and non-economic damages or even punitive damages. So I think we need to have a reevaluation of the current system, because what we have now under the paid and incurred system and under the definitions of non-economic damages allows for a system that at times can be egregious in its methodology of how a claimant is awarded an award for a wrong.
Thank you. And then beyond that, at a more of a broad macroeconomic level, I think you're trying to strike a balance here as well. It's important to get an economic balance, I believe, here. Currently, Texas businesses are experiencing exorbitant insurance cost increases. The premiums are going way up. I see that in every businessman I talk to. But particularly, just take my industry, for example, the trucking industry, which, by the way, is so often disparaged by trial lawyers, make a lot of money off of these cases. But that industry, 80% of everything you get comes on one of those trucks. And 90% of trucking companies are 10 drivers or less. So you're talking about small businessmen would have to carry large liability insurance policies. 2 years ago, I went to talk to my agent. I'm with one of the insurance companies. You're hard to get. You got to be a little safe trucking company to be even with this insurance company. And I said, hey, we got even safer this year. I hope we can at least keep our premiums for liability insurance flat. He said, nope, you're going to go up 35%, and you're lucky because you are a safe trucking company. It ended up, $1 million a year increase, my liability insurance. And I said, why? He said, it's because of these huge verdicts they're paying across the industry. We got to cover them as a whole. So huge increases like that. And we, we're the primary delivery source for 1,500 grocery stores across the country. We kept going during COVID and kept the food supply chain going. We're doing all right, but most trucking companies, for example, are having a hard time staying in business. And a lot is because of how much they're paying in these liability insurance premiums. Now, I'm a trucking company that delivers food, so I got to pass that along to the grocery companies. That gets to pass along to the consumers. We talk about affordability in many cases. Many of our bills are about that. This might be the most important one to me for affordability for Texans because it's driving up your food prices, like I just talked about. But also, we're all seeing our auto insurance prices liability rates going up by 200, 300%. So it's a big impact on Texas businesses. It's a big impact on Texans, citizens. And then you got on the other side of it, I'm sorry, but you have trial lawyers who have enough money to buy jets and be on a Super Bowl commercial. And you got big companies like BlackRock, who are the Wall Street companies. They're so lucrative now that they're making investments in these cases. Something's wrong. There's an imbalance someplace in our system when consumers and small businesses are having this kind of trouble with liability insurance costs and the auto insurance costs, yet these people over here are making a fortune. So is this bill you think, going to help rectify that and balance that to some degree?
Thank you, Senator. I know you have firsthand knowledge. The average Texas family, the average Texan, they buy their auto insurance and they see rates go up. They buy homeowners insurance and they see rates go up. And there's a whole host of reasons why that happens. But a reason a lot of people don't realize is increased liability, not just the magnitude, but the frequency of claims and lawsuits. And so there is an imbalance, a problem now. We have in the state of Texas, since 2016, 104 awards that were over $10 million. I think there were 20 that were over $100 million. One was actually over $8.7 billion. So, there's a concern that people in totality are bringing to us regarding economic costs, insurance costs, both from a business standpoint, but from a personal standpoint, that does point to some of the things you mentioned regarding the TV ads that are running and jets and come sue somebody and win an award. That points, in my opinion, when you see something like that, as something that needs to be fixed. And this is the bill that I think still maintains a system that allows for just and fair compensation of those that have had tragic and terrible occurrences happen in their life, but at the same time allows for the proper evidence to be submitted and evaluated in a trial and then adjudicated by a group of our peers.
Thank you. I agree with you. I believe it does what you said, which is if you're injured, still you're going to be able to be compensated fairly, and you should be if there's someone negligently injures you. But also to try to reset some of this imbalance that's pretty obvious from some things I was talking about. Well, I thank you for the effort you put into it. Really appreciate it. I think it's a great bill. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Colcourse, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Schwertner, thank you for this work on this. I heard you say you've spent, just in the last couple of weeks, 100 hours on it, working to perfect the bill.
It's been a lot. This is a weighty substance. It affects all Texans. No one knows when they're going to be injured. No one knows when they're going to have something tragic, terrible happen of no fault of their own, product liability, intentional tort, someone assault you, or God forbid, a sexual assault. And everybody wants to be compensated and made whole as much as possible. But at the same time, there's an imbalance, as has been discussed, that does need to be addressed. And this bill is a bill that addresses the concerns that have been raised regarding what is causing that imbalance.
And you alluded to that just a little bit. And we talked about Senator Dean Zaffirini brought up the tie to Medicare and at 300%. You and Senator Paxton talked about that as well. You and I talked about, and you're a doctor, I deal with Health and Human Services and the insurance side of this through the committee. There were some acts going on where injured people would be sent to doctors, and those costs were greatly inflated. Is that correct?
That is. A big problem, again, is the paid or incurred aspect, and the incurred aspect of how medical claims are handled in personal injury lawsuits allows for a system that has a symbiotic relationship between a provider and a law firm.
Right.
And the provider is incentivized to over-diagnose, over-prescribe, over-treat, and overbill, sometimes at rates that are 3,000, 5,000, 8,000% of Medicare.
Steered to that doctor.
Steered to that doctor. After that claimant, that injured individual, if there's a car wreck on I-35 right now, within minutes, there are these individuals that engender or go to that and pass out cards. They're essentially barratry. They're not the actual attorneys. They're finders of cases.
If
So
they were
there's
the attorneys,
steerage.
that'd be against the law, right? And so
Yes, if it was actual attorney.
right.
But going back to the incurred medical bills, that's at the nexus and the root of why, one of the reasons is because the ever inflated medical bills figure into the economic portions. But if you can go before a jury and say, well, I had $500,000 worth of medical bills, you can sway individuals saying, well, you must be really hurt with that broken ankle, which, most of the time is, $6,000 or $8,000 type of situation. If it's $400,000, it must be really, really bad, and therefore you have permanent life impairment, and therefore your non-economic damages should be totaled and awarded very vigorously. And a personal injury attorney will point to the dollar amounts of medical costs that have been paid thus far or incurred as justification for the awarding of a fairly lucrative or very robust award during the deliberation of that by the jury.
And so in our office, and I want to say to Senator Hagenbu, some of the calls that we get, I would say very consistent 3 things right now: property taxes, 2, property and casualty, and 3, cost of healthcare premiums, cost of healthcare in general. And all of those misappropriated or inflated cases lead to higher costs for everyone. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There's obviously an incentive to overdiagnose and overbill at times, just in private practice. If you're working, and actually that pertains not just to healthcare. The number of lawsuits is directly proportional to the number of lawyers in a geographic region. They got to work, right? And that is unfortunate, but that is the system and the world we live in. You're not going to twiddle your fingers, and if you're a professional, you're going to find work. And I don't blame people for that in the sense of it being necessary, but there is an abuse of the system currently when it comes to personal injury cases that allows for a system that has manifests itself in the awarding of very large verdicts, and the frequency of those cases also increasing.
Well, I just learned that BlackRock was investing in this, so we should all stand up and take notice. I want to clarify some misconceptions out there, or you can confirm. Does this bill have anything to do with China?
This bill has absolutely nothing to do with China. This has every cause of action is still a cause of action. This changes nothing regarding the causes of action. I'm not for sure what the angle is in China. I know for those listening.
Let me read you a line.
These are attack
Communist
ads.
China will soon have the green light to poison and maim Texans like you.
It's ludicrous and completely false.
The only way standing in their way is a few conservatives in the Texas legislature. So this bill has nothing to do with China poisoning and maiming our children. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you're harmed by a Chinese company, good luck on getting your medical bills paid. Does this bill in any way protect China?
Absolutely
or a communist country?
Absolutely not.
A communist company?
No.
And then finally, I want to ask this question. If this bill were passed, the bill would limit or prevent children who were harmed by radical doctors and transgender medicine from holding them accountable. True or false?
False.
Thank you, Senator. What I find, we can all argue the points of a bill, pro and con. We can be for a bill, we can be against a bill. But do you think it is appropriate that text messages and commercials are being sent from Virginia to Texas? Right? Do Texans appreciate Virginians telling us lies?
They don't, and I think our fellow citizens recognize that and act accordingly.
Thank you. So your bill strikes a balance between runaway cases that now BlackRock is investing in because it's so lucrative versus people that are truly harmed, who need their medical bills paid for, their pain and suffering, if they were in ways maimed for life. that you strike that balance and make sure that we take care of them.
That is correct.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. I had a whole bunch of questions, but Senator Judith Zaffirini, asked a lot of them. And so I'm going to add a couple of other initials to her name. We're going to call her JD, because she asked a lot of great questions. I didn't know she went on to law school. She's brilliant. I have some concerns about a couple things, but like I said, I think Senator Zaffirini did such a good job that she answered some of them. But then you brought up some things that do concern me. Medicare rates, you cap them at 300%, correct?
Medicare rates, the threshold for which they are admissible is up to 300% in the bill as adjusted by the inflation rate as measured by CPI, based on the Medicare rates as of May 1st, 2025.
And yet doctors come into our building for other reasons, always complaining about Medicaid and Medicare rates, don't they? Being too low.
One more time, Senator.
Doctors come into this building session after session and they complain that Medicaid and Medicare reimbursement rates are too low.
They come in and complain about Medicaid rates. Medicare rates are not set by the state of Texas.
That's right. Are they too low? You're a physician.
Medicaid rates are too low for certain types of services, and actually at times can be too high, in my opinion, for certain other types of services. Medicare rates are the exact same. They overpay for some services and drastically underpay for types of services.
Underpay for some. Okay. I don't know the answer to this because I'm not a physician like you, but I'd bet that you might. Is it possible for someone to be injured in such a way that future medical services for that injury are so novel or rare that they would not be included in the Medicare fee schedule? And that's an honest question. I don't know that answer.
There are new services, new procedures that are invented. So that is a possibility. Medical miracles can happen, advances in technology. I would submit that's true.
Well, if it's not on the Medicare fee schedule, what happens next in this bill?
If it's not in the Medicare fee schedule, it's not admissible as a compensatory amount. But of course, that is at the time of the actual injury. And at the time of the actual injury, there are economic and non-economic damages that are awarded by a jury, and the jury has to take into calculation future economic damages and potentials, and that consideration that you're bringing up would be in that aspect of the award.
So if there was some science that was in the works, research and development, and so there is no way to compensate for someone for something that might be able to solve their issue into the future, even if it's being researched at the time.
Like take a case, like if you're paralyzed, for instance, by an injury, and there's the potential for curing paralysis by some sort of intervention into the future. Does the jury have the ability to weigh that type of concern or theory or contemplative aspect into their economic award? I think they do.
Do they? I mean, there is a vehicle in here, an exception, an exclusion that allows them to go outside of the $300 Medicare limit?
Economic awards are both present and future, as well as past, present, and future. Actual costs are always admissible, obviously, but into the future, you have to make some extrapolation of things that you can do for that patient actually, and things that could be done for that patient if advances in technology were to allow it. And so that has to be calculated some way.
And I think that's my point, and I think you're getting there, right? And you actually brought up a great point. When someone is paralyzed, the advances are so fast and furious in this space, for lack of a better term, we are seeing paralyzed people be mobile through robotics and through so many other things. And yet, because of that technology, you're saying that future damages to these folks can only be at 300%.
Well, those
Medicare.
type of technology is not part of, they're not medical costs. They're aids and other things that are figured into the economic aspect of the award.
Well, I guess that's my question. We're talking about future medical expenses, correct?
Yes, which is obviously a determination made by the finders of fact and the jury, the deliberative jury, in rewarding the economic side of compensatory damages, yes.
So the trucking company is liable for the driver is negligent, maims the car next to him or her, and this person is now paralyzed, and they're in the trial, and they go through it all under this new protocol, and that person is paralyzed and probably can't move very few limbs. And so they are capped at 300% for future medical expenses of Medicare cost in your bill, correct?
Again, Senator, for the adjudication of compensatory damages, you have the economic and non-economic. When it comes to the economic and their actual health care costs, not types of mobility aids or home additions or things that would be supportive, those also are a different category that the jury has full right to look at. But regarding the amount of past, it would be up to 300%. And then also future amounts is always, they always argue over future amounts about what is going to happen in the future regarding the medical advancement and care and the potential need of that injured individual that has been tragically and terribly injured, and whether or not there's going to be certain advances like you are describing that would allow for that person to become more whole.
But either way, the economic and the non-economic are capped at $300,000.
The future amount is still easily argued by a very capable attorney like yourself in front of a jury of 12.
Yeah. But I'm capped.
There's no cap on when arguing future.
You said there was no limits. There is a cap here.
On the health care incurred costs that are admissible into trial or the known health care amounts into the future. When it comes to other things that you are prescribing, that is not a health care, when you're talking about AIDS, et cetera, or potential advancements that are actually not even in existence, that is not actually a health care
I'm really not talking about AIDS. I'm talking about a paralyzed person that is in a chair and now with the advancement of science can now walk with robotics. And where that didn't happen 5 years ago, didn't happen 10 years ago, didn't happen 15 years ago or 20 years ago. And you yourself, as a physician, you've seen this happening. We have a center in San Antonio called the Center for the Intrepid, where warriors that have gone to different parts in war across the world are amputees. And the cost of that prosthetic, if you will, is massive. But we're limiting the economic and the non-economic at 300% of Medicare.
Again, that's a medical device, Senator, and certainly that would be argued by a capable attorney in front of that jury when it comes to the awarding of the economic portion of their compensation.
But I don't know if the medical advice exists today. It might exist tomorrow or a year from now or 2 years from now.
I would hope you would argue that just as you are arguing that with me now in front of that jury.
Well, let's change the subject a little bit because we heard a lot about trucking companies. And listen, I just had a conversation earlier with Senator Hagenbu. I mean, I do a little construction myself. I don't know if you know this, I actually own a funeral home.
You what? I'm sorry?
I own a funeral home.
You own a funeral home?
Yeah. Not a lot of people know that.
I was not advised.
Got sued the other day by some lawyers. I had to call them up and said, hey, what's going on here? And we squared it away. It wasn't about us. They just want us to preserve a body and so on and so forth. And it was interesting to me. So my point is I'm very sensitive to what Senator Hagenbuch's talking about. But there's also insurance greed, right? When the insurance company says, oh, it's these lawsuits, they're killing us. There's also insurance greed, right? Insurance companies make how much on their costs and their expenses? 30% increase on their margins?
Senator, I think all for-profit companies have a capitalistic profit motive, yes.
Doctors are greedy?
Doctors can be greedy, yes.
You said lawyers are greedy?
Lawyers can be greedy.
You and I, present company excluded.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. I have a bunch of poor clients in my law practice, a bunch of poor migrants. You stated in your testimony that the cost of health care, I think you, in your colloquy with Senator Kolkhorst, that these inflated costs were the result of these types of lawsuits. I would beg to differ and suggest to you that insurance CEOs are making money in the millions. The State Farm CEO made $24 million last year. Does that surprise you?
I'm not advised of what that CEO made. That sounds like a significant amount of compensation.
Yeah. I would suggest that Senator Hagenbuch and many others, and then a lot of people in this building, have a serious discussion about insurance company greed.
That's a different bill, Senator, and I agree with you that there needs to be better regulation of insurance companies. I have filed legislation reforming certain aspects of TDI as well as putting in various parameters of insurance.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
No, please, go ahead.
You're not trying to take people's access to the courthouse away, right?
Absolutely not. There's no cause of action that's affected by this piece of legislation. This piece of legislation maintains and I think enhances a just, transparent, efficient, and fair compensation structure for those that have been injured by negligent torts, by intentional torts, as well as by defective product torts.
Right. You mentioned the word barratry earlier. There's nothing in this bill that's about barratry, right?
There is an aspect in the bill regarding the reporting of individuals that have affiliations with law firms and report types of cases to those law firms, yes.
Tell me about kickback arrangements. That was your term that you used earlier.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Kickback arrangements of...
Who's getting a kickback? The doctors?
Doctors can, but also those that are out there finding cases for attorneys.
Okay, and the reason I mention this is because you said it. You said kickback arrangements, and I was concerned about what you were talking about, but it led me to one of the aspects of your bill. Mm-hmm. Your bill says that plaintiffs' attorneys have to disclose their relationship and referrals to a doctor, correct?
Can you please point to the exact page so I can follow along with you?
Gosh, I knew you were going to ask me that. You know, Senator, I apologize. I don't have a page number on my notes here, but I know it's in there. You mentioned it earlier in line with someone else's questions.
The portion that regarding matters admissible into evidence?
Yeah, I think it was that you suggested that because of these relationships.
Yes, if a person making a referral was an injured individual's attorney, an anonymized list of persons referred.
Is it a fair, okay, that plaintiff attorneys have to disclose their relationship and referrals to a doctor? In other words, what does that mean in the context of your bill? Because it's in there.
There are significant affiliated and associated arrangements between plaintiff attorneys and networks of providers, not just doctors. We're talking chiropractors, therapists, surgery centers, that have a relationship that they take a claimant or a injured individual, and in an attempt to make them whole, there's also a secondary incentive to overdiagnose, overtreat, overbill for those medical services that lead to inflated incurred charges that are seen, that have a secondary effect on the economic and non-economic aspects of the award during a personal injury case.
I don't know if that's happening or not. I'm going to assume for purposes of this argument that you're right. that this has happened before. My question is, does this have to be disclosed, this relationship, to the jury?
I think the finders of fact should have all sorts of information that is pertinent when it comes to affiliations between a provider group / network and that plaintiff attorney or the firm for that plaintiff attorney that is working. So yes, I think it is relevant information, and that's why it's in the bill.
That's my point. I know that you studied all this. Did you study the rules of evidence?
I'm not an attorney. I understand there are ways in which judges look at discovery information and decide what is allowable and admissible. I will certainly be instructed by you if you would like to go down that road.
No, and I'm not trying to be snarky in any way. I'm just saying the rules of evidence call for evidence that is relevant in a case. And it's, hell, I have to read it to you. It's evidence has a tendency to prove or disprove a matter of fact on that particular case. There's also, at times, another definition. Does the probative value outweigh the prejudicial effect? My point is, this relationship between doctors and lawyers, I don't care. What this referral that I have to disclose this to a jury, does it have a tendency to taint the jury against the plaintiff? I'm asking.
Absolutely not. I think there are matters that should be admissible into evidence. There are certain courts that do not allow that to happen, which prejudice against the defendant in a case like this. And so I think it is reasonable to put uniform protocols and standards in place that allow for evidence that should be statutorily admissible, but maintain judicial discretion and the rules of evidence otherwise.
Does your bill allow for a judge to have that kind of discretion and not allow for this relationship between the doctors and the lawyers to be brought out, or is it mandatory in the bill?
The matters admissible into evidence is very clearly delineated in the bill and includes the documents or information provided by the claimant under section 41.105, referrals, and then treatment guidelines and drug formularies approved by the Workers' Compensation Division regarding the necessity of health care services provided. Otherwise, part of my amendment will maintain the rules of evidence for other aspects.
This discussion about this particular point is really important to me, and it wasn't in my notes. It's something that I heard you say, and then I read something here. It has nothing to do with causation. In other words, the fact that you have to tell the jury has to hear the relationship between the doctor and the lawyer, has nothing to do with causation or any of the elements of negligence. I think we can agree on that, correct?
One more time, Senator.
The fact that the plaintiff's lawyer would have to disclose how many times they've used this doctor or chiropractor or whatever has nothing to do with the ultimate facts of the case, whether his trucking company or any other trucking company was responsible and proximately caused the injury to the plaintiff, correct?
It's evidence that should be presented to the jury.
Why?
It is because it is relevant when it comes to the awarding and the understanding of the non-economic damages and the medical bills associated with it.
But if the bill passes, you already cap your economic and non-economic damages at 300%. And so why is this highly prejudicial thing? Because all it's doing, Senator, Doctor, is it's intended to tarnish that lawyer, to tarnish that doctor, and in effect, hurt that plaintiff that is truly hurt, that truly was the victim of a trucking company's negligence.
It is.
And all you've done, let me finish, sir, by adding this piece is make it highly prejudicial. And you've stained it in such a way that by law, by the rules of evidence, the probative value of having that piece of information in there is not outweighed by its prejudicial effect. In other words, highly prejudicial. highly prejudicial to the minds of a jury, because they're going to hear what you guys said in here. Oh, it's the lawyers that are on their planes on TV. Vast majority of these cases out there are not the lawyers on the planes on TV. And by the way, so what if they are? But the introduction of this clause has nothing to do with a negligence case one way or another. It is solely intended to prejudice a jury against that lawyer and against that doctor, and to create the notion that there is some kind of scam in play.
Senator, that provision of the bill is only applicable if the attorney refers the claimant to those providers. And I think that is extremely relevant information for the jury to know and to weigh, that there is an affiliated association between that plaintiff attorneys and this network of providers that are affecting the medical care of that patient, directed by that plaintiff attorney, essentially.
You know, Senator, Doctor, I think it is, in my opinion, highly prejudicial. It's your bill. I will have an amendment about this. I don't think we need to say any more. We'll let the body decide whether they want their constituents to have access to the courthouse or not, because I'm against the bill, to be quite honest. But the most disturbing part is that right there, is that you tarnish the profession that I'm in, and even the profession that you're in, and you make an assumption that all doctors and lawyers are a bunch of greedy bastards, and that's just not the case.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A couple questions of the author.
Senator Schwertner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner. I'll probably have some more extensive comments when we get around to amendment. But for now, just commenting on some of the discussion or asking questions about some of the discussion. Much has been made about insurance rates, which certainly are high. And I know you've done work at trying to rein in insurance companies and possible abuses or just market distortions there, and we appreciate it. Do you feel confident, not stop short of promise, but do you feel confident that passage of this bill is going to lower auto insurance rates or health insurance rates? Was there any testimony to that effect? I'm sorry, I'm done now.
I think this bill is more than just about economics and the financial effects that are being felt by Texas families and businesses. This is about a fairness and transparency and a system that allows for an efficient but just and fair and reasonable method to compensate those that have had wrong done to them. Insurance rates or insurance goes up for a whole host of factors, as you know, whether it's supply chain issues, inflation, reinsurance, but also part of rising insurance rates is in liability. When you buy car insurance, you're buying your first part and mandatory part is liability insurance. And if there are more, the frequency of lawsuits because of a system that does not properly adjudicate personal injury claims fairly and efficiently is not out of control, but robust and growing, the problems associated with it, then certainly you can have rising insurance rates, and it is a factor.
I'm going to predict that they don't, but if the bill passes, we'll have an empirical discussion about
This was a discussion not dissimilar to what happened after the passage of HB4 regarding the capping of insurance or of non-economic damages for healthcare providers. And at least from my personal experience, I know healthcare, medical liability, medical malpractice rates went down fairly substantially at that point. This bill doesn't do that, though. This doesn't cap the award.
Understood, and you're probably aware of the argument that the entire medical malpractice insurance rates phenomena was tainted by an artificial run-up in insurance rates in anticipation of the tort reform that was to follow.
I'm aware of the arguments counter to what I said, but
we've burned in so much time here today. I guess we probably shouldn't burn on that one.
We don't need to.
We'll have a longer discussion when my amendment comes up, which hopefully will be 5 or 6 minutes from now. Probably not, though.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author and get to those amendments as soon as
Senator
possible.
Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield. Senator?
Senator, thank you so much for taking my questions. And I believe you had mentioned that you do take Medicaid and Medicare patients, correct?
I do.
Do you also take workers' comp covered patients?
I do. I've been a treating doctor and a designated doctor, actually, in workers' comp, which is fairly rare.
Thank you so much for that. I'm sure you're aware of the Texas Department of Insurance study with regard to the numbers of doctors across the state who actually will take a workers' comp.
Yes. I know it is less than I would like and less than the people that have been injured in workers' comp cases. Those rates are different than the rates that are proposed in this bill regarding what is admissible as evidence of medical loss. And so that's why this bill is different than what was initially proposed in the initial layout of 150% of workers' comp. This is 300% of 2025, May 1st, 2025 Medicare fee schedule adjusted by inflation.
And thank you so much for pointing that out. And you said that you are very proud that you are one of the designated workers' comp physicians, correct?
Yes, I'm not for sure if I am anymore, to be quite frank, but I had been in the past for some time. I'm a treating doctor for sure.
I deeply, deeply appreciate that. So in line with Senator Gutierrez's questions, as a designated doctor, of course, employers have a smaller pool to which they can refer their employees for injuries, correct?
Yes, are you referring regarding a workers' compensation injury, or are you referring just about a health care plan that an employer has for their employees?
Workers' compensation injury in the scope of their
the largest
employment.
carrier is TML in the state of Texas. It has like 60% of the business. They have a fairly robust, I guess the most robust network, but each employer decides which workers' comp insurance carrier to subscribe to pay premiums to. So it depends upon the carrier.
So we had talked a little earlier, and I do have an amendment, so I wanted to ask you some questions specific to that. We've talked about in order to be recoverable, medical bills must be both reasonable and necessary. The reasonable portion is the 300% of the current Medicaid rate, correct?
Yes.
And then the necessary portion, and this is further along in your bill, so for anybody who wanted to take a look, on page 8, and it goes somewhat to what Senator Gutierrez was asking. On page 8, section 41.107, matters admissible into evidence.
Yes, I'm with you.
You and I had a conversation earlier about the workers' compensation treatment guidelines being statutorily admissible. So your bill would make them statutorily admissible by either party, correct?
That is correct. That's in the matters admissible into evidence, section 41.107 of the bill, regarding the necessity of healthcare services provided to the injured individual.
And I think you and I agree that we certainly wouldn't want a plaintiff to be able to recover for unnecessary medical expenses. I mean, that I think goes without saying, but I'll go ahead and say it.
Services should be reasonable and necessary.
And we also agree that treatment, the necessity of the treatment should be determined by a judge or jury. And if judge or jury do not find them necessary, that should not be recoverable in economic damages.
The jury has ultimate, the arbitrator of culpability as well as award. So yes, I would agree with your statement.
So I apologize for the legal aspects of these questions. But with regard to creating a statutory required acceptance of workers' comp guidelines into evidence, a statutorily required admission takes away the judicial discretion of determining the probative versus prejudicial value of that evidence, correct?
This section would be statutorily required to be submitted into evidence, correct? It does not remove the deliberative nature of the jury when deciding whether or not it is a necessary healthcare services that should be compensated for. It just allows for further evidence and information to be given to the jury in a mandatory fashion, yes.
So the judge has no discretion with regard to admitting this piece of evidence and also no discretion with regard to limiting the utilization of this evidence, correct?
The evidence as written in the bill that would be necessary or be required to be presented would be treatment guidelines and drug formularies approved by the Workers' Compensation Division of Texas relating to the necessity of healthcare services provided to the injured individual. It is further information for a contemplative jury to have when deciding regarding the awarding of the case.
And I think that you and I agree that while this piece of evidence, workers' compensation guidelines, must be admitted statutorily, it doesn't prevent other information from being admitted that could rebut it.
No, not at all. There's other, and that would be up to the rules of evidence and judge discretion.
So since this is statutorily admitted, and there is no judicial discretion for limiting its application, would you agree that this statutorily required admission creates a presumption, albeit rebuttable, of what is necessary treatment?
I think it allows further evidence to be entered that allows the jury to make a more informed decision.
What is the purpose of workers' comp?
To restore a injured worker to as high a function as possible, to make them whole.
So the workers' compensation guidelines aren't written with consideration of child victims of an injury, correct?
No, those are usually adults that are working, not children. We have child labor laws in Texas.
And workers' compensation guidelines also aren't written contemplating the elderly injured. Would you agree?
You know, there are elderly people that work. I think they are more applicable to individuals that are adults. You know, if it's not applicable, it's not applicable.
And also the workers' compensation guidelines are written with the presumption that there is an existing employer-employee relationship, and there is essentially a duty of care between these two parties.
Yes, that is the basis of the workers' compensation system. And on the flip side, there's liability aspects that are recognized as regarding the ability to sue your employer if you have workers' comp.
And because in the state of Texas, workers' compensation is a voluntary program, there is at least some incentive to limit the liability of the employer in order to attract them into the workers' compensation program. Isn't there?
Senator, can you re-explain that? I'm sorry.
Sure. The Texas Workers' Compensation Program is a voluntary program, unlike, I think, every other state in the nation. And so in exchange for employers participating in workers' comp in Texas, they are shielded from personal injury liability of their employees. So that's the get from their voluntary participation.
That's my understanding, yes.
So let me give you a hypothetical. Trucker, works for a trucking company. He's injured in a car wreck. It's in the course and scope of his employment. He goes to a doctor that's under the workers' compensation insurance plan. The doctor says, we definitely need to get some tests. You could probably benefit from some PT, and we could do surgery, but really we need to hold off and do the PT first, and the surgery may never be required. So clearly the tests and the PT are necessary. The surgery may be necessary in the future. Is that a realistic scenario?
Yes, sounds realistic, yes.
So let's change up the hypothetical, and the trucker is working for the trucking company, but is involved in a collision that injures a child in another car. Do you think that those same workers' compensation guidelines should be applicable and are even relevant to a child who's injured in the collision?
Senator, that's a negligent situation, tragic and terrible. Regarding workers' compensation, it really wouldn't be applicable in a child, as you mentioned earlier, because they are not working age.
I completely agree. And yet, your bill says that in a tort, the judge must admit the workers' compensation guidelines as proof of necessary medical treatment for that child who is injured.
That's not how, that's not correct, Senator. It is a piece of information that has to be given. Whether or not it's applicable is dependent upon the situation and obviously the collective wisdom of the jury.
But you don't dispute that under your bill, the judge must allow in the workers' compensation guidelines, even though we both agree that they're not relevant and have more prejudicial than probative value in regard to a child victim.
They are a piece of information that would not be consistent with adjudicating that. If I was a jurist, I'd say this doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to pay attention to it.
Thank you so much for answering my questions, and I will have an amendment in that regard.
Senator Schwerter moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 30. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 30. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 30, relating to recovery of damages in civil actions.
Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'll go slow here, but this is an amendment that has been already submitted to all the offices early this morning. The first section clarifies the non-economic damages definition of the portion that consists of mental and emotional pain and anguish. And then the second section there, starting at line 5, clarifies the definition of physical pain and suffering and the non-economic damages definition of physical pain and suffering. Then starting on line 15 through line 21, it adds licensed professional counselor and psychologist to the list of providers. Not exclusive list, it's an inclusive list. And then line 22 on allows for the Texas rules of evidence in all sections other than section 41.107 regarding matters admissible into court. With that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions or move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Senator Bettencourt, what purpose?
Ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Schwartner, I want to first off say that this amendment is, I think, an exceptional work that you've done with the stakeholders and many of us here on the floor of the Senate. I want to point out in section 1, because I think, as you know, we took some very difficult testimony, okay, about the survivors of sexual assault and the deprivations against children that have occurred. And I want to point out what I think are tremendous changes that support the survivors of sexual assault in this bill. First off, on the first page, you strike daily routine, you substitute life, because that's a problem when we look at sexual assault, because it affects people really for their life. I want to read just into the record something I think is a very important statement that you put into this, into the amendment, which is line 13. In cases of sexual assault or abuse, is corroborated by medical evidence or a prior consistent statement. You want to say how important that is for survivors of sexual assault?
I think it articulates very clearly that physical pain and suffering by individuals that have been sexually assaulted or abused is allowed by corroboration of the medical evidence or prior consistent statement, and make sure that those people are recognized when it comes to the definitions of non-economic damages, both the physical pain and suffering, as well as mental and emotional pain and anguish.
Right, because the testimony we took was horrifying, you know, the sexual assault case of the young gentleman that suffered just horrific depredations by family members and his younger brothers was so stunning that I think it galvanized everyone that on this bill, especially all the committee members, how important it is to make sure that that survivors of sexual assault and child abuse are given given the due they need to be able to recover the damages that they've incurred, and the difficult recovery that they have, and the long-term expenses that they have. So I just want to commend you for writing this amendment so strongly for them, because you know, having you know, words like life and you know, and as in cases of sexual assault or abuse, you know, having a prior consistent statement are so important to their cases, and more importantly to their health and well-being long term. That young gentleman that came onto the floor had thought about suicide many times, and my statement to him was that your life is worth saving. You are worth your value as a human being, and that we will always recognize that someone that's brave enough to come and testify, and the people that have been unable to do that yet need all the help that we can muster. And I want to thank you for these changes.
Thank you, Senator. I remember very vividly his testimony as well as your discussion with him thereafter. Move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
You have a few more people
questions.
who would like to speak to you. Senator West, what purpose?
Just a question of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator, in terms of, I'm on line 26, section 41107, I think it's a new section. I just want to make sure I understand what that is. I'm sorry. On the first page of your bill, on line 26, what is section 41.107?
Page 1 of the bill?
Of your amendment.
Of the
your full
amendment. Thank you, sir. Let me look here. Yes, 41.107. This is the portion 25, 26, 27 allows for the rules of evidence, judicial discretion to be consistent with all sections of the bill, other than the section that has matters admissible into evidence, which are statutorily prescribed to be admitted into evidence, and do not allow for the rules of evidence for those areas.
What page of the bill is that on? The 41.107. I know my eyes are getting bad here.
Yeah, and if you'd like me to read out what those sections are, I'll be happy to. But
I'm just, in terms of the bill itself, what page is it on?
let me look here, sir. I got so many.
On 18? Okay.
The matters admissible into evidence are page 8, line 27. They include documents or information provided by the claimant under section 41.105A. And in the next section, number 2, referrals, essentially. That's what number 2 has to deal with. And number 3 are the treatment guidelines of workers' comp.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author regarding the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
These are such difficult cases, and I apologize in advance for the very ticklish nature of these questions. With regard to the section that says, in cases of sexual assault or abuse, is corroborated by medical evidence or a prior consistent statement. These are difficult cases. When you say corroborated by medical evidence, do you mean medical evidence of sexual activity?
Well, there's obviously evaluations for sexual assault that can be done at the time of that tragic event, but it is corroborated by medical evidence or a prior consistent statement. So for those that have been sexually abused and it's been days, months, or years, a consistent statement would be anything from an affidavit to a police report to a persistent information of a close friend, neighbor, relative that they were sexually assaulted.
Are you aware that the vast majority of sexual assaults do not have along with them the requirement is penetration, and the physical evidence will not look any different whether it was non-consensual or consensual?
Then that would not be a part that would be obviously under corroborated by medical evidence, because there would not be medical evidence to that effect, as you were saying. But there would be prior consistent statement with the reporting of that to any individual eventually.
So and I agree with you there. There would not be corroborated medical evidence if it was non-consensual penetration but no other physical injury. With regard to prior consistent statements, there are often inconsistent statements over years as a victim comes to terms with the fact that they were sexually assaulted.
Again, Senator, the individual would need to make a consistent statement regarding their tort, their assault, their sexual abuse. It is for the jury to be deliberative in that case regarding the awarding of and the finding of a tort and the awarding of an award.
I do appreciate the effort in this amendment, but in experience with sexual assault cases, I am afraid that I'm afraid that this doesn't change much, but I totally applaud your intention with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the amendment that allows for the amount of health care costs to be adjudicated based upon the May 1st, 2025 Medicare fee schedule as adjusted by the CPI between May 1st, 2025 and the date on which the service was provided, or the date the service was provided to the individual, or the date the trial commences, depending upon which section of the bill is appropriate. Move adoption of floor amendment number 2.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 2. Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Johnson.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Schwertner, this bill addresses the collapse of various elements of damages from 6 down to 2. I want to talk just for a second about the difference between the common law and statute. Common law is not in statutes. It's law that has evolved in Western jurisprudence over centuries. The areas of law, the elements of damages that are being collapsed into 2 by this statute were developed over multiple centuries in every state in the nation and country of England, United States, and they've been affirmed by the Texas Supreme Court, which has had a Republican majority since the 1980s. As I've mentioned, 1980s, those of you who do about that's 4 decades that the common law has remained in place. And I want you to note that the Texas Supreme Court has the power to rewrite all of this. They rewrite the law plenty of the time. They've never seen fit to change these elements of damages. The reason that they have not seen fit to change these damages, the reason that the law has evolved for centuries to have 6 different categories of damages, not 2, is that they're distinct. They are distinct experiences and they are distinct injuries. The courts accommodate this not by multiplying damages, but by delivering specific instructions through what's called a pattern jury charge. Today, under the law, a pattern jury charge will set forth each of these 6 areas of damages. I'll just mention what they are very quickly without reading all of them. Those areas are physical pain and suffering, mental and emotional pain or anguish, loss of consortium, disfigurement, physical impairment, loss of companionship. And you might notice in the statute that Senator Schwertner has drafted, and I know a lot of work went into this. I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate the sentiment that, hey, we can just consolidate these 6 different areas into 2. Look, we took the word disfigurement and stuck it in here. But it doesn't work quite that simply, and that's, again, why it evolved over centuries. We could have simply put that in. The Supreme Court could write it into their opinions today. But the way we accommodate that under the law today is you'll get a separate instruction. And in addition to that separate instruction for each charge, you'll have an instruction that you are not to double compensate. If you have awarded any damage, say, for disfigurement, or for severe emotional distress, or for loss of consortium, you are not to award any amount of money for that same element under any other category of damages. The law is already quite clear in this. The law is already well structured in this respect. The instructions to the jury are uniform in every court in Texas. This is the pattern jury charge that is proffered by the State Bar of Texas and compulsorily used by trial judges. It is not appropriate to merge loss of companionship with mental anguish. Senator Schwertner, I appreciate the amendment. Is it forthcoming or it already has come that will change a disruption in daily routine to a disruption in your life? And I know that you're responding to legitimate requests with that. But it responds to a substantial disruption in your daily life or your daily routine, and now it will be a substantial disruption in your life. If you are a victim of sexual assault and you're living with that trauma forever, will it substantially disrupt any particular moment of your daily life? Or is that a weight you bear every second that you're awake? It's not a disruption. It's a damage, it's a torment, it's a suffering, and it's a separate element that's been recognized in the common law for centuries, and it should not go away. We're not protecting any defendant by erasing the wisdom of a law that has evolved over centuries. If there's other problems that we're chasing here, we can chase them here. But I submit that this is not the method. That is why my amendment, which is far briefer than my remarks, simply strikes this section, page 3, lines 11 through 13. And after that, Senator Schwertner, I offer this, and members, to all of you, to not erase the wisdom that has been approved by our Supreme Court for 4 decades. Take that out of the bill.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you offering the amendment. I cannot accept this.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment,
Do you
please?
yield?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. When I was reading your amendment, or trying to read your amendment, I was a little bit lost until you came to the part where you were talking about the jury instructions. And I think what I heard in your explanation is that the jury instructions currently that the State Bar of Texas and that most judges use don't conflate, don't try to merge all of these things into just past physical pain and suffering, into these nebulous things, and then say, but we define these on this other page. What you're saying is that they specify for the jury what they want them to consider, and therefore make it very clear for them. And so you're saying there's no problem here. Why are we trying to fix it? Is that what you're trying to say?
It's partly that there's no problem, Senator Menendez, and I appreciate the question, but it's partly that there's another problem that we're erasing with this bill. Take, for example, a spouse who loses their spouse. A wife is burying her husband. She is going to have severe emotional distress and grief at the loss of her husband, at the funeral, at the event, during the weeks and years of recovery.
Holidays.
But there's something else called loss of consortium and loss of companionship and loss of participation in the community. And that's quite distinct from the sadness. And when we conceive of the pain and the harm, we think of those distinctly. And what this bill would do is collapse them into one and deprive the jurors of the ability to really imagine what is the harm that's suffered here. That's why the law has separated them into distinct categories. And that's why the law has been very careful to say, don't double compensate the grieving spouse, but do consider the different ways in which we suffer.
Well, I appreciate your amendment. as a non-lawyer in the room, it is important for me to try to understand these as how would my constituents understand these? And if they were on that jury panel, how would I better understand? And it's much easier if you allow that full explanation of what I'm supposed to consider in awarding a jury. So thank you for your amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question.
Senator Swertner on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it is exactly because the jury instructions are different court to court, and the pattern jury charge is at times different court to court, that I cannot accept this. Part of this bill is making sure all those damages are recognized, but putting them in a more systematic fashion so that there's uniform application of the law when it comes to the awarding of non-economic damages, and the jury sees exactly what they are told regarding physical pain and suffering and mental and emotional pain and anguish and the definitions thereof in their deliberation. And so they do not double count. They do not have ambiguity when they walk into that jury room that has been instilled in them by a plaintiff's attorney. So for that reason, Senator, I am not going to accept your amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
11 ayes, 20 nays. Amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 4 by West.
Senator West, on your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, under the Texas Constitution, Article 3, Section 66, limitations of liability for non-economic damages. Economic damages refer to compensatory damages for financial loss. This excludes any related to physical pain, mental anguish, loss of companionship, disfigurement, or physical impairment. The legislature may limit liability for all damages other than economic damages. This particular bill puts in place a damage model that limits economic damages to 300% of the Medicare fee schedule. What this particular amendment does is strikes that language and basically leaves it to our healthcare providers, doctors like Senator Schwartner, Senator Campbell, and others, because we know that they are reasonable persons, and most doctors are reasonable persons. What we do is to put in the language, we strike, again, the Medicaid fee schedule and substitute in the usual and customary rate. And by doing that, we allow the facts finder, those jurors that we have on our jury, those citizens from our community, to make a determination as to whether or not those fees are reasonable. So that's what this does, and puts us in compliance with the Texas Constitution. Move adoption.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you. Members, as was discussed, I believe this bill is completely in compliance with Article 3 of the Constitution. This amendment would replace the medically admissible billed charges at up to 300% and replace it with the usual and customary rate, which is essentially the rate set by that provider and could be essentially any amount. And for that reason, I am going to move not to accept floor amendment number 4.
I thought you would accept it.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 5 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill is dangerous to your constituents. It limits the recovery that they'll be able to get at the courthouse for their damages. If they're severely impaired or paralyzed, it limits their damages at 300%. They need robotics. Not going to matter. It's not going to be allowed under this bill. But the bigger part about this bill, and that's pretty big, that's pretty horrible, and your constituents from Amarillo down to Brownsville to El Paso down to all the way to East Texas are going to have to face the reality that they're not going to have access to the courthouse because in many instances, lawyers are just not going to do it. They're not going to go to the expense of having to fund these things if these damages are going to be limited in such a way that their clients are not going to be made whole in a real way. But worse yet, the bill creates this other section. You got to disclose your letters of protection to your doctors. You got to disclose any relationship you have with them. And all of it is intended to pervert this judicial system. All of it is intended to suggest that this information is relevant to the fact finder when we know that it is not relevant on causation or on the issues of negligence in any way. And so then the question is, well, Senator, it's relevant to the issue of damages. But all it does on the issue of damages, members, is it is intended specifically to tarnish that lawyer in the minds of a jury and that doctor in the minds of a jury and limit how they will treat them in the area of damages. So what this amendment does is it eliminates that section altogether, goes back to the way it is, and tells us all that we will give everybody a rational bite at the apple, their opportunity to get justice at the courthouse without being tainted by the bias of this language. Because as I suggested earlier, it has nothing to do with the facts of the case, and it has nothing to do with the damages component. Doctors and lawyers in poor communities often have offices next door to each other. I was one of those street lawyers. Poor kid right out of law school, hung out a shingle. I didn't do this kind of law, but occasionally I did. And I'd send it to the one doctor that I knew that would sign a letter of protection, who wouldn't take any money, because these people didn't have any money. They didn't have any insurance. Most doctors don't want to go down this road because guess what? They need to get paid, and they need to pay their nurses, and they need to pay their staff. So the mere mention of these relationships, how many of your cases did you send to Dr. So-and-so, Dr. Smith, is highly prejudicial, and its probative value is highly outweighed by the prejudicial effect that it'll have on the jury. And so with that, members, I would ask you to consider one last thing. For those of you, and I know many of you have seen that documentary, Hot Coffee, understand that the constituents come in all races, colors, and creeds. They come from every part of this state. And sadly, sometimes they're injured by truck companies or oil and gas companies or the negligence of others. And remember that our actions today are going to affect the lives of our constituents. And this is an amendment that we can do to protect our constituents from a very, very highly prejudicial component of this proposed bill. Move adoption.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Gutierrez, your amendment does not change the fact that right now, under current law, these relationships can be discoverable. Your amendment simply says, go ahead and discover it. But you can't make this automatically admissible evidence if it has no relevance or its relevance is far outweighed by its prejudicial value. Correct?
Exactly correct.
Thank you.
The mere mention of the question in a courtroom creates the taint towards the plaintiff. And the proponents of this bill want that to happen.
Senator Hagan, but what purpose?
That's a question to the author?
You yield?
Yes, sir, sure.
Thank you, Senator Gutierrez. Pardon me.
Gutierrez, no worries.
Pardon me. Now, so this bill, as you understand, this bill covers a variety of types of cases, auto type injury cases, but it could be sexual abuse type cases, a variety of cases. And within even the auto, it could include commercial vehicles, but could and trucks, cars, personal vehicles, include any of those, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet you keep continuing using examples of trucking companies, commercial trucking companies. Interesting. Let me ask you this. If a trucking company, continues a trucking company, seriously injures someone, and their negligence, their fault,
yes, sir,
then that trucking company should be held accountable, responsible for that, and it's completely fair that they pay millions of dollars probably. I mean, you can't, if it's injures somebody for life or, God forbid, kills them, there's no amount of money that could make up for that, but they certainly should probably pay millions of dollars. You and I agree on that? That's fair, right?
It's absolutely fair, but that's not what this bill is doing. It's capping their damages.
Okay, let me keep going here. But if a system goes so far as to make awards way past the many millions, maybe even up to $100 million, where then it affects, let's say in the trucking industry, all trucking companies, even I told you about 90% of trucking companies are under 10 trucks, they're small trucking companies, small businesses. And as we talked about earlier, every Texan with their auto insurance and other costs, and their affordability issue we've talked about, if it affects all of them who had nothing to do with the case at all, is that fair?
Sure it is. And it depends on the facts. I didn't mean to be rude to you just now when I was looking.
So it's fair if all the people who had...
I'm speaking now.
Okay.
I didn't mean to be rude to you. I wanted to look at the hot coffee award that so many people talk about. And so many people say, well, it's not fair that that lady in her 70s got a $2.7 million punitive damage verdict. But every case is different, and it's dependent on the facts of the case, and that's the answer to your question. The fact is that woman received third-degree burns. The fact is that McDonald's had been warned 4 times by the Department of the Health Inspector that their coffee was too hot. 4 times. They had other people complain that their coffee was too hot and that it burned them. But those burns on this lady's lap caused third-degree burns. And so every case is different. I had a young man that was cut in half by a bobcat, a skid steer. His boss, and more importantly, the man that was running this school district project for this new school, told him, the general contractor, told him, get up there and do that. Put him in a dangerous situation. Cut that boy in half. His manhood was gone. He was held together by ligaments. He lived for a day in the hospital, for a week, I'm sorry. He would tell his mother, he would write in the air, die. When there is negligence, sir, it is up to the fact finder to decide what those economic damages should be. Not some bill, not a bunch of legislators that say we're capping this at 300% of Medicare, because there is no price on a life. There's no price on those children that died on Uvalde, and there should be negligence there in that case, and they have nowhere to go. We make decisions every day, and business makes money every day. And just like I said, I owned a funeral home. I have to consider the expenses that go into that economic decision as you do with your trucking company. Are there exigencies? Are there excesses? Sure, at times, maybe. But I would argue, sir, that if you looked at most of those cases, rather than speaking in these generalities that Senator Schwertner likes to talk about, in 8 years, there's been 104 cases over $10 million. My response to that is that's it. Have you seen the damages and the negligence that people have to go through? And I'll submit to you, Senator Hagenbu, that most people don't have access to the courthouse in a real way.
I'm sorry, the last thing you said was what people have?
I'd submit to you that most people don't have access to the courthouse in a real way. In the healthcare front, that's gone because doctors are protected.
You and I agreed in my first question that if someone's terribly injured like that, there's no amount of money and it should be millions. So we already agreed on that. Let me give you a real case then, because you talked about real life cases. Case I was involved with, helped out with the mediation of this. Trucking companies going down a highway, another car comes on, emerges on a ramp. It's a trucking company, comes around, hits another car. The third car is they're seriously hurt. The case ends up in mediation. That trucking company who stayed in the lane, was going the right speed, logs were fine, all that. That trucking company's insurance company had a limit of $10 million. The lawyer asked to sue the trucking company for $26 million, but he knew that their insurance was $26. After 10 hours of mediation, they settled at $10 million, the limit of that trucking company's insurance. Then the plaintiff left. The mediator told us this. Plaintiff's gone. Plaintiff's interests are taken care of from a financial perspective. We stayed 3 more hours negotiating over what that lawyer could do with that case to advertise. So spent the rest of the time talking about if that lawyer could advertise this case to get additional cases, make more money, whatever he wanted to do with it. Does a system like that seem fair to you? It promotes that kind of...
That the lawyer, through what he earned in the case, that he would be allowed to advertise?
Yes, beyond arguing for the plaintiff and take care of the plaintiff, he's arguing for his own interest to be able to advertise for those huge settlements like that.
You get to advertise your trucking company, sir. That's capitalism. Tony Busby sat here for 3 weeks and he advertises that he was sitting here for 3 weeks and that he won all day long. I see it in his ads all the time. These things happen. I don't know if that answers your question, and I apologize if it doesn't. But if I'm a successful lawyer, then I should be allowed to advertise. If I won a $10 million judgment, why can't I advertise that?
Okay, well,
we don't live in communist China.
That's the point here. So you don't like the fact that a jury who's trying to decide on the financial settlement here, they're looking at plaintiff and a defendant. They both have a financial interest. But there's a third party who has a big financial interest in these cases. It's the lawyer standing in front of them, right in front of them, arguing with them to maximize the amount of money paid. But those folks, those folks in that jury box shouldn't be aware that person has also as a third party who has a financial interest.
Is completely irrelevant for the fact finder to understand that we're talking about negligence. That's one thing. The facts on causation and so on, and whether a tortfeasor is negligence, a trucking company, to your point in your example. And then there's damages. He's already capped damages. You and I just agreed that someone should be able to get millions of dollars if they die or if they're in a hospital and so on. Unfortunately, he doesn't agree. His bill caps damages at 300%. But to your point, and to my amendment specifically says that the disclosure of these relationships with the lawyer and the doctor down the street is absolutely irrelevant to the fact finder. And what it really does is it prejudices the fact finder, the jury, against that lawyer and against that doctor. And I would argue, Senator Hagenbu, as I did earlier, that that's absolutely what the proponents of this bill want. They want a judicial system that prejudices, that taints a jury pool against plaintiffs. Because everybody wants to talk about hot coffee, but they never want to tell the truth. And the truth is that little old lady had third-degree burns.
Do you believe me that I told you the truth about the case I was just talking about? And that I believe that they're fairly common?
The truth that a lawyer won a case, I think the case that you told us, and I'm not being facetious here, you said that he won and then he was allowed to advertise that he won.
When the trucking company had really no fault.
Well,
but it doesn't matter.
I wasn't there, sir, and I don't know the facts of the case, so I don't want to.
$10 million settlement, but that wasn't quite, still was a threat of going beyond and piercing that for the trucking company to pay more.
I'd be glad to sit down and look at the discovery of the case with you anytime. And so then I'll give you a full opinion, because I'm not going to sit here and say, be part of a discussion or a debate where it says, this happened here. And so I guess we often say on this floor, I'll take your word for it. But just about every injury case I've ever seen in my career of 26 years, I've seen fault and I've seen damages, or I've seen no fault, and you don't win. That's the way our judiciary works. So for some mediator to settle a case for policy limits, and you're telling me, I'll take your word for it, I suppose, but I'd have to say there was some fault there, and I'd have to say there were some damages. But you and I'll be glad to visit with you, and you can show me the whole file. I'm glad to look at it.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Swartner on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because it is relevant and necessary to disclose information to the finders of fact regarding the affiliations between a plaintiff attorney and a medical doctor that is affiliated with that plaintiff attorney, are bills and itemized statements and written agreements between various individuals. I think it is absolutely vital that this bill portion be kept, and therefore I oppose the adoption of floor amendment number 5.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 6 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This is a very simple amendment. I'll give you an example of why this amendment is important. Last month, a truck driver caused a multi-car collision on I-35, killing 5 people and injuring roughly a dozen people. Of the 5 people that were killed in the collision, one of them was a 78-year-old and 2 of them were small children. So what this amendment seeks to do is simply strike the statutory admission of the workers' comp guidelines as evidence of necessary care, since, based on our back and forth between Senator Swartner and I, we established that in some instances, this evidence is of no probative value, or at least more prejudicial than it is probative. So by striking the portion of the bill that requires the admission of workers' compensation guidelines as evidence of necessary care, it restores the circumstance to what is already the case. Already, under current practice, under current procedure, under current evidentiary law, either party can try to admit the workers' comp guidelines as evidence of necessary care, but it must be relevant and have more probative value than prejudicial value. So my amendment simply strikes those few lines of the bill that make the workers' compensation guidelines admissible automatically. And I hope that the author of the bill will accept the amendment.
Senator Swartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think it does any harm to allow for those treatment guidelines to always be entered as a component of a mandatory admissible into evidence fashion. If they're not relevant, they're not relevant. But I think in the vast majority of cases, they are reasonable to include them and necessary, and therefore I do not accept and oppose floor amendment number 6.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Members, that was the last amendment. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 30.
Secretary, will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanc.
20 ayes, 11 nays. I think you'll have to hold right there, unless you can find 5 friends. We're coming back on a new day. They may like you, Senator Schwertner, they just don't like you that much, right? Senator Parker, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1506. You're recognized to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1506. Texas law currently requires the Board of Pardons and Paroles to reconsider parole-eligible offenders every year in many cases, even when there is little to no likelihood of release. This system places an unnecessary and painful burden on victims and their families who must repeatedly relive their trauma by traveling sometimes long distances to testify against an offender's release. It forces them to endure the emotional toll of preparing for and attending hearings year after year after year with no certainty of when the process will end. Furthermore, the current one-year review cycle is also unfair to incarcerated individuals. Many offenders face annual parole reviews with no realistic chance of release, creating false hope and a cycle of disappointment. Additionally, continually being up for review prevents inmates from participating in certain programs that would aid in their rehabilitation. The committee substitute to 1506 addresses these issues by giving the Board of Pardon and Paroles the ability to extend most hearings up to 5 years, rather than the currently required one-year extension. Members, I urge your support for the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1506. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the bill.
I yield.
You would be disappointed if she didn't ask you, right?
That's right.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Senator Parker, for taking my questions. With regard to the criteria for determining who would get reviewed on an annual basis, a semi-annual basis, 3-year basis, 4-year basis, 5-year basis, this would be entirely at the discretion of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, correct?
That's correct. It's a discretion at the Board of Pardons and Paroles. It could be staying at 1 year, it could be 2 years, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5. So we give that discretion to BPP. And again, Senator, you know, we're trying to find, we need, these families, these victims are suffering greatly. I had in committee in criminal justice, I had literally an old teacher of mine, my first grade teacher, who was horrifically assaulted 40 years ago, over 40 years ago, and literally every year has been traumatized to go back for this. And it's not even a 1-year period in between, because they get noticed at about 6 months out that the hearing date's going to occur. So we just need to be sensitive to those victims that have suffered so and their families. And I also want to be balanced and fair to the offenders and their families. It's not fair to give them false hope. So this provides, I think, better transparency and sets expectations more realistically.
So if the Board of Pardons and Paroles, it becomes apparent that the Board of Pardons and Paroles is doing a certain category of inmates on a 5-year cycle and another category of inmates on a 1-year cycle, do you think that that would be a problem?
I don't think you're going to see that happening. Looking at the data and what we see in terms of how they're operating today, it's not just one class of particular types of crime. That's just not folks that have dealt with drug crimes. It's a whole broad, if you will, skew of different types of crimes. So I don't think they do that. I've got faith in BPP. They're good men and women there, and I think they'll be good and fair to everyone involved. And again, all we're doing with this bill simply is giving them discretion to go up to 5 years. Again, they could do 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it might be. We're just giving them simply another tool in their disposal at their discretion to use.
Since African Americans are far overrepresented in the jail population, do you anticipate that there might be disparities in how certain classes of inmates are treated with regard to the frequency of their review?
No, ma'am. I do not think there'll be any disparities based on race or ethnicity in any way. I've got great confidence in the men and women of BPP to do a good job. We're just giving them another tool in their toolkit to give them this discretion.
But if there are discrepancies, if there is disparate treatment, there is no review of the Board of Pardons and Parole's decision with regard to the frequency of review for parole, is there?
Senator, again, I don't think there's going to be any issues. I mean, obviously, we have a structure where, BPP obviously has an incredibly important and serious role to play with regard to protecting the livelihood, the safety of all 30 million Texans. And look, if we saw there was an issue in the data going forward, I'd be the first one to get in line. I'd bring you alongside me and we'd go sit down and talk about the issues. But I don't think we're going to have any issues. Again, I've got faith in the members of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and we're simply giving them another tool, I think, that will help victims and their families. I mean, I want to come back to the victims and their families again, Senator. We can't forget about what they endure every year, having notice to come back and have to relive all the trauma that they experienced when their loved one had something horrific happen to them. We can't forget about those victims and their families. And again, I think what we're doing here is not only fair and appropriate for the victims and their families, it's also fair for the offenders and their families as well.
So, well, I'll just leave it there. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
The motion is on suspension of the rules. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1506. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1506 relating the frequency with which the Board of Pardons and Paroles reconsiders inmates for release on parole.
You recognize on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1506. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1506 relating the frequency with which the Board of Pardons and Paroles reconsiders inmates for release on parole.
You're recognized for final.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll. Oh, hold on. Yes, Senator Eckhart. For what purpose?
Speak against the bill, sir.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. With an incarceration rate of 751 per 100,000 residents, Texas locks up a higher percentage of its people than any independent democratic country on earth. I deeply respect the Board of Pardons and Paroles and the very difficult job that they do. And I'm also cognizant of the large docket that they have to maintain annually to review all of those who are eligible for parole in a state that incarcerates such a high percentage of its population. However, giving them full discretion to decide which of that very large population of incarcerated Texans get an annual review, which get a 2-year review, which get a 3, 4, and 5-year review, will bake in disparate treatment of that high percentage of Texans who are behind bars without any review of that discretion. And for that reason, I am voting no on what I understand is your very well-intentioned bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hancock, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2056 to suspend the regular order of business.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider a committee substitute for Senate Bill 2056 at this time. Members, swap fees are the fees that businesses have to pay when a customer pays with a credit or debit card. It's not seen. The vendor, the merchant pays for it. We don't, it kind of as a blind or hidden fee. So the customer makes the purchase, a credit card. The business sends the transaction through a credit card network like Visa or MasterCard, which have 80% of the market. And then the bank with the bank that issued the card. The banking card network process the payment and take a percentage of the total sale as a swap fee, cutting into the business's revenue. So it's a percentage of all the revenue that the business takes in, but the credit card user has no idea how much that is. The credit card processing industry is dominated by a handful of companies that are really limiting choice and driving up costs. In fact, in the US, we pay the highest swap fees of anyone in the world. The lack of competition means businesses and consumers are forced to accept skyrocketing fees, and they continue to climb. They've gone up significantly in the last 5 years. So we're in a very, very limited approach, and Senator Nichols fortunately has shared some concerns with those that we're talking with y'all without talking to our office. In fact, he came up and said, "Have you heard from this group?" And I said, "No, we have not heard from that group, but if you'll tell me what their issue is, we'd love for you to try to bring an amendment to address their concern," and he's going to do that. But 2056 will prohibit swap fee price colluding. This is to ensure that banks establish their own independent fee structure instead of simply adopting a uniform schedule dictated by the credit card networks. It will also require consumer statements to include information about the swap fees charged for the credit card transaction. This is crucial for transparency both to the merchants and the consumers, and it outlaws chargebacks against the consumer or merchant unless there is a written finding of fact that the consumer or merchant is responsible for the chargeback. And members, what happens here, and with personal experience, if there is a credit card stolen, credit card's used, the merchant passes that through, it looks like it's all a good transaction, the cards are actually able to go into the account and withdraw that money without notice. And so that addresses that issues. It will also prohibit retaliation against a merchant that offers a cash, debit, or gift card discount. And so if you're offering cash and get a lower cost or charging a different cost, it keeps them from retaliating against you. And lastly, it will require the credit card networks to provide clear swap fee disclosures to the merchants within 45 days of the credit card transaction. So really what this is actually boiled down to is nothing more than a transparency fee, well, at least lets people know what is actually happening in the marketplace. So with that, I move in Senate Bill 2056 to level the playing field and break up some price fixing as well. So the intent is to promote competition, transparency, and put money back into the pocket of Texas businesses, and at least let people to know the charges that they're paying. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Hancock, could you come forward for a moment? Could you come forward for a moment?
Sure.
Senator Hancock, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw committee substitute Senate Bill 2056 at this time and postpone.
You withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion at this time.
Okay. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2056 withdrawn at this time. Senator Parker, did you have a? Okay. Members, we're going to stand at ease for 15 minutes. It's 5:45. We're going to stand, or 5:45, depending where you're from. We'll stand at ease until 6 p.m. and we're going to come back sharp, members, okay? 15 minutes, stand at ease, because we have work to do and we have a new day to start. So 15 minutes. Our computer melted down while we were in there, so we're just rebooting the computer. Had to get a new laptop, yes. Senator Birdwell. Let's start off this shindig here. Committee substitute for SJR 39.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider SJR 39. Members, SJR 39 is a refile of a bill I introduced last session to restore the checks and balances of the legislature. Currently, under the Texas Constitution, every bill enacted by the legislature must be presented to the governor for his approval as prescribed by Article 4, Section 14. The governor then has three choices once the bill is enacted by the legislature. He can sign it, turn it into law immediately. 2, decline to sign it, but allow it to turn into law 10 days after the day it's presented to him, or veto the bill. If the governor vetoes a bill, the governor is constitutionally required to state his or her objections to the bill and return the bill to its originating chamber. The legislature can override a governor's veto of a bill with 2/3 majority in each chamber. However, because vetoes typically occur after session, the legislature usually does not have an opportunity to reconsider the bill. If the legislature has adjourned sine die, the governor has 20 days to veto legislation, at which time the governor must submit his or her objections to the legislation to the Secretary of State. The only recourse the legislature has to overturn a veto after the veto period is to hope the governor calls a special session and places the subject on the call for the legislature to redo the vetoed legislation, or more commonly, reintroduce the legislation in the next regular session, roughly 18 months later. Legislation passed by an overwhelming majority, such as 2/3 vote, reflects the importance of the issue to the constituents of the state. While the governor may have good reason to veto a bill, the legislature should be able to functionally check that power as intended in our Constitution. Right now, that power is structurally and functionally impotent. Texas is one of 6 states that have a biennial meeting of their legislatures. North Dakota, North Carolina, New Jersey, Nevada, and Montana. Those are the other 5 states, but all of those states have a structure to ensure legislation vetoed by their governor has an opportunity to be reconsidered by the legislature in a veto override session. SJR 39 would propose a constitutional amendment establishing an automatic veto session if the governor vetoes legislation that received at least a 2/3 vote in either chamber. This veto session would convene 22 days after sine die and would allow the legislature to consider vetoed legislation that received a 2/3 affirmative vote, and the veto session would last no longer than 5 days. Members, this time construct ensures that the override session is not executed concurrently with the 4th of July holiday. The vetoed legislation will be first considered in the chamber that passed the bill by a 2/3 vote, regardless if the item originated in that chamber. That would save time for the non-2/3 body if the body that voted for the bill with a 2/3 majority refuses to override the veto. Vetoed bills that did not receive 2/3 in either chamber are not eligible for override consideration. We have taken on the duty to represent our constituents, and SJR 39 is intended to make functional the check and balance of the legislative branch that is currently impotent. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension. Appropriate. It's appropriate.
Members, any objection to regular order of business being suspended? No objections. Chair lays out committee substitute for SJR 39. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 39, proposing a constitutional amendment to allow the legislature to override a veto of the governor following a regular session of the legislature.
Senator Birdwell recognized to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out third reading. Final pass. Committee substitute for SJR 39. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 39, proposing a constitutional amendment to allow the legislature to override a veto of the governor following a regular session of the legislature.
Recognized on final.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House.
Thank you. Senator Blanco, suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2023.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2023. Under current law, counties are responsible for paying for the disposal of deceased paupers, but currently there's an unfunded mandate with no mechanism for counties to be reimbursed for the cost. This bill would allow Health and Human Services Commission to establish a grant program to help counties cover the cost of disposing of deceased pauper bodies. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
23 ayes and 8 nays. Rules suspended.
Oh, okay.
You're recognized, pass to engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Oh, sorry.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
22 ayes, 8 nays. The bill passes 22-8, one present not voting. Bill passes on engrossment. We'll hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1577.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1577. SB 1577 is a local bill for the Texas Motor Speedway and racing fans all across Texas and the United States. In 2005, Senate Bill 1331 by Senator Jane Nelson and Representative Mary Denny was passed unanimously in both chambers and signed into law by Governor Perry. The bill allowed the TABC to issue up to 4 temporary wine and beer retailers permits per year to the Texas Motor Speedway in Denton County. Prior to 2005, fans could bring in and consume alcohol, but the Speedway could not sell beer and wine in general seating and common areas. Since the passage of SB 1331, TABC has issued temporary permits annually, aligning the Texas Motor Speedway with all major venues and allowing beer and wine sales while maintaining the tradition of fans bringing in their own beverages. This system has worked well for 20 years, but is seriously outdated and does not align with other major event centers now in the state. Senate Bill 1577 simply allows TMS to sell distilled spirits in the same limited areas where beer and wine are currently sold and removes the outdated limit of 4 events per year and eliminates the restriction that no more than 50% of food and beverage concession stands may sell alcohol. This bill aims to bring the Texas Motor Speedway in line with all the other major event venues, all the sports venues and so forth across Texas that already allow the sale of distilled spirits in designated areas while maintaining responsible alcohol service and existing operational standards. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill 1577. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1577, relating the temporary sale of alcoholic beverages at certain racing facilities.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1577. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1577, relating the temporary sale of alcoholic beverages at certain racing facilities.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, the following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of bills and resolutions as follows. SJR 85 by Betancourt, SB 23 by Betancourt.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee. Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 23 by Betancourt relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the appraised value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled to local government. Senate Bill 3047 by Zaffarini relating to the creation of the Pura Vida Municipal Management District Number 1 to local government. SCR 48 by Middleton, urging the Gulf Coast Protection District and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to not compromise navigation safety or two-way traffic vessel movement when implementing a project to natural resources. SJR 85 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to increase the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the market value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled to local government. House Bill number 39 to Veteran Affairs, House Bill 102 to Veteran Affairs, House Bill 300 to Veteran Affairs, House Bill 500 to Finance, House Bill 1400 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 2143 to Transportation, HCR 64 designated the 64 to Administration, HCR 101 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs.
Members, we're getting ready to adjourn and start a new day. Depending on how long everyone talks, maybe we'll be out of here at 7, maybe 7:30, maybe 8. It's all up to 31 senators. Chair recognizes Dean of the Senate by a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 6:40, Wednesday, April 16th.
416 is a good number. April 16th. Members, any objection? We will adjourn until 6:40. Any objection? Hearing none.